Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Wilmot Township Council meeting this Monday evening. Right now, we need a motion to reconvene an open session. Recommend that council reconvenes in open session at 7 p.m. today. Moved by Councillor Gordick, second by Councillor Hman. All in favor? That is carried. Our community and the region overall lost a great community builder last week. Mr. Ron Doyle passed away on March 15th at the age of 69. He and his father ran alloy casting industries in New Hamburg. Once Ron retired, he continued to be a passionate entrepreneur and philanthropist. Our community has lost a wonderful member, and may he rest in peace, but not have a lost legacy for all he has done. Take a moment to reflect on Ron and his contributions. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hman, if you would read the land acknowledgement, please.
We acknowledge with gratitude as we gather virtually that Wilmot Township is located on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the settlers arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should only take what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, we are reminded of our important connection to this land, where we live, learn, and work together as a community as we continue down this path of reconciliation together.
Thank you. We have two additions to the agenda, 5.1 and 5.2. A recommendation that 5.1 be added to the agenda under announcements as Mayor L. Armstrong Anti-Racism, Inclusivity, and Diversity Education Update. Moved by Councillor Gordick, seconded by Councillor Fisher, and the other is that item 13.4 be added to the agenda under bylaws as bylaw number 2021-19, bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement with Mornington Communications. Oh, sorry. So have a show of hands for the first recommendation. All in favor? Very good. And also for the second one. You need a mover and seconder. Oh, that was moved by Councillor Gerber, Councillor Gordick. All in favor? Carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Councillor Fanning and Councillor Gordick will be second.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, just a reiteration of the conflict of interest that I declared for the closed meeting prior to this, and that I did not participate in that meeting, and the clerk has my declaration.
Thank you. Councillor Gordick? You're muted yet. No.
Sorry about that, people. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Similar to our last council meeting with the presentations with regards to the Hman Pit, I just wanted to reiterate, although there are no decisions being made at tonight's council meeting, and we are hearing the delegations for the purpose of receiving information, I would like to restate my conflict of interest, which is an indirect pecuniary interest, and will not be taking part in any of the conversations on the topics presented this evening with regards to the Hman Pit.
Thank you. Next is the minutes of previous meeting. The recommendation that the minutes of the following meetings be adopted as presented. Regular council meeting, March 1st, 2021. That is moved by Councillor Fenning, seconded by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the first item is a public meeting in regards to 73 Hink Street in New Hamburg. This is a public meeting in respect of zone change application 03-21. We will hear all interested people who wish to speak on this matter. If the decision of council is appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal, the tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal if you do not speak at the public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed. I now declare the public meeting open. Persons attending as delegations at this meeting are required to leave their names and addresses, which will become part of the public record. And you are hereby advised that this information may be posted on the township's official website, along with your email address if provided. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This application, as you stated, deals with 73 Hink Street in New Hamburg. The application is to propose an amendment to the zoning to allow for a takeout restaurant on the premises. Currently, the zoning allows for processing operations, which includes food preparation, so a catering kitchen that exists on the property, and this use would be associated with that tenant. It's proposed at this point as a temporary use only. That would allow the opportunity to review how the business operates on the site to determine if there are any conflicts or issues that arise over the 3 years that are proposed. Through the application, there were no comments or objections received. The applicant has provided a plan for parking associated with these, with the tenants, and in particular the takeout component, reserving parking spaces in front of that portion of the building on James Street to allow for patrons of the takeout restaurant to park. And ample parking exists behind the building as well for the other tenants of that building. So again, no objections received, and staff recommend approval.
Thank you. Does council have any questions or of a technical nature for Mr. Seeing none. Is there anyone that would like to address council on this matter? Is there anyone who would like to address council on this matter? Third and final time, is there anyone who wishes to address council on this matter? Seeing none, I declare the public meeting closed. The recommendation that council approves zone change application 03/21 by 2232372 Ontario Inc. to permit as a temporary use a takeout only restaurant on the property subject to the following. 1, that the temporary use bylaw be limited to a period of 3 years. And 2, that a minimum of 3 off-street parking spaces between the building and James Street shall be designated for patrons of the takeout restaurant only. That is moved by Councillor Godick, Councillor Hman. Are any comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now we have a list of delegations. And the first to speak is Jennifer Laison. Welcome, Jennifer. You are muted, Jennifer. Jennifer, you need to unmute yourself.
She may be having internet issues. So I'm going to say something. Sir, unmute yourself. It looks like, Ms. Liaison, looks like you might be having some internet issues that's preventing you from being able to unmute yourself. So if perhaps we might want to go on to the next delegation. And then if you want to submit your information to us, if you have something prepared that you would like to have added to the minutes, we're more than happy to do so. That would be great.
Okay, it would appear that we can't get.
Okay, so unfortunately, it looks like Ms. Liaison is unable to unmute herself. So if we could perhaps have her put back into the attendees list, and then if she's able to get it sorted out, that would be wonderful. We do have a bit of an order change with regards to the presentations at the request of some of the attendees, that a Russell Brownlee be promoted to be the first, to be the next delegation. So if we could have Russell move forward to present, that would be our preference. Thank you.
Welcome, Russell.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong.
Yeah,
Can you hear me all right?
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. True North Safety, which is my firm, was retained by the Citizens for Safe Groundwater Inc. to review the Paradigm Transportation Impact Study report, which was prepared in support of the Hman Pit, and comment on the AECOM peer review, which was undertaken on behalf of the road authorities in terms of the Paradigm report from a safety perspective. That's the area that we deal in. For those of you who aren't familiar with our firm, I'm just going to give you a quick little background. I'm the president of, and I lead 3 transportation safety engineers. We provide consulting services across Ontario to all the major municipalities, the province, and the regions throughout Ontario. We also provide forensic engineering services related to collisions and incidents where one of the parties is claiming that the road design, operations, or maintenance contribute to the incident. Just on a more local level, our experts have provided consulting services for the region of Waterloo and for the township. Most recently, we actually completed safety reviews for all the townships at grade rail crossings. So we have worked for your community. We also provide forensic investigation services on behalf of the Waterloo Region Insurance Pool. So we are involved in that regard as well. So our review, essentially, when we looked at what the requirements were of a transportation impact study, the Region of Waterloo Transportation Impact Study Guidelines indicates that in relation to collision analysis, the study should include a safety impact analysis of the development, so in this case, the Hman Pit, on the collision risk, not only on the site, but on the adjacent road system. So the proponents had Paradigm prepare a transportation impact study that had a study area that would include the access to the driveway of the pit and the adjacent intersections that the trucks would immediately travel through and have both operational and safety impacts on potentially on either side and coming out on Whitmer Road to Queen and to the westbound intersection as well. We peer reviewed that report and on behalf of the Citizens for Safe Groundwater and also the AECOM peer review of that report. Now, the Paradigm report indicates that the operational analysis, so essentially the capacity intersections in the roadway to take the additional truck traffic and minor road traffic associated with the pit operations would be accommodated on that roadway. There's not a lot of traffic on it today, and the forecasted traffic volumes they indicated would operate in a safe and efficient manner from an operational perspective. So that means from a capacity perspective. However, they indicated from a safety perspective, the need for auxiliary lanes, sight distances, and other concerns related to them, to these, the aggregate pit use, were investigated. Now, that report actually doesn't document anything beyond analyzing the site access itself, so essentially the driveway. And AECOM commented on that through their peer review of the Paradigm report. And unfortunately, neither of the parties, even though that the regional guidelines, the TIS guidelines and the Paradigm report both suggest that safety needs to be specifically looked at and the sight lines at intersections and things of that nature need to be reviewed. That work hasn't been completed to the best of our knowledge. I know my clients have asked the region and others on a number of occasions for that work. I've documented those exact findings, and specifically one I'll address in a second in a letter that I prepared back in March of 2020. And again, our clients, or my client hasn't had any follow-up work provided to them to show that that work has been done, even though it is referred to in the report and required by the proponent to be completed. Most notably, I'll be honest, I haven't been out to the site. My clients haven't retained me to go out and do a site investigation, but I've done hundreds of safety reviews of intersections, and even from a basic review of aerials and street view images and other images that are available through the public realm, the intersection of Queen Street and Whitmer really concerns me. Imagine you're familiar through your other development applications and the term site triangle or daylight triangle at an intersection. Essentially, it's that area as you're coming up on an intersection to be able to look both ways, see what's coming, see if opposing traffic is doing what they're supposed to do in terms of stopping or yielding the right of way. And that is not provided at the Queen Street and Whitmer Road intersection. That is going to be the primary intersection where trucks are turning out of the pit, going eastbound towards this intersection. And when they get there, if they come to a complete stop at the stop bar, they've got sight lines in either direction, somewhat limited to the south, but the approach site triangles, which essentially allow two road users to see each other as they're approaching the intersection and make a decision about slowing, stopping, all those types of things, or taking evasive action if somebody were to roll through the stop sign or do one of those little more aggressive stops. As you know, Whitmer Road today is a pretty quiet roadway. It services local traffic. There's a little bit of through traffic, but for the most part, it doesn't take a lot of traffic. So, you know, the safety performance of that intersection and the deficiencies that are there probably haven't manifested themselves into anything because there's no conflicting traffic at this point. Quite a bit of traffic on Queen Street comparatively, but not so much on Whitmer Road. With the addition of the truck traffic that's going to be generated out of the pit on a regular basis, I think the sight distances and the safety of that intersection really needs to be looked at. We know there's a lot of good drivers out there that service these pits, but there's others that, as you know, when you come up on that intersection, if you're familiar with it, and you need to turn north or south, you're going upgrade in both directions. Unfortunately, trucks don't like coming to complete stops when they need to get up speed to get up a roadway and go through a number of gears. So from that perspective, to have proper sight lines in case somebody does come rolling, making a left turn or right turn, trying to keep some speed going through the intersection, or doesn't stop at the stop sign completely. And that kind of work hasn't been done. There's also the road itself in between the access in that particular intersection, or in both directions, where no safety analysis has been completed in terms of driveway accesses, the width of the roadway, other road users such as cyclists that are on the roadway. It's something that is asked for in the regional TIS guidelines, and it just hasn't been completed. I'm going to leave it to my client to explain, the discussions they've had with region and the proponents and others about this issue and what responses they've received. But to date, I haven't seen that work completed, and that is the end of my presentation. I thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, I welcome any.
Thank you, Russell. Councillor Hman.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Thanks for your presentation, Russell. And thanks for highlighting some of those things. I've made some notes here, but I just want to reiterate to make sure that I'm just comprehending something correctly. So there was a review that was done in March of 2020. Is that correct? That showed the safety analysis was not completed. Is that what you're saying?
That was my work. Yes, I documented it in a letter to my client.
Okay. Can that be shared with the clerk, so therefore it can be shared with council?
My understanding through my client, if I got it correctly, is that it has been shared with the mayor and members of council.
Okay, I'll go look for that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Russell. I see no other questions.
Thank you.
Next is Ed Dupuy.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Yes, we can hear you, Ed. Welcome. And you have 10 minutes. And if you watch the deputy clerk, she will notify you when you have a couple minutes left.
Perfect. Good evening, council members. The last time I spoke to council, a year ago last January, I commented on 2 reports that were submitted with the gravel pit application: the geotechnical investigation and the transportation impact study. I will make further comments on those studies today. I wish to add, I was one of the over 400 people that submitted a letter of objection. I received a response to those objections from the IBI group, the applicant's consultant. I will share some of those comments with you. The geotechnical investigation stated that Whitmer Road needed to be rebuilt from the pit entrance to the Steeden Evans pit entrance. The third-party consultant hired by the township concluded my suspicion that Whitmer Road had to be totally reconstructed from the proposed pit entrance to Queen Street. In the IBI response letter, it was stated, and I quote, that any and all reasonable financial cost, example, legal, survey, engineering, construction, inspection, etc., required to upgrade Whitmer Road to accommodate the pit's anticipated level of truck traffic will be borne by the applicant, end quote. Can the township please send me a copy of this legal, signed, and attested document stating this fact? And I hope they define the term reasonable cost. There's also no mention of 2 or more anticipated upgrades to the pit road or cost of ongoing maintenance over the life of the pit. The transportation impact study. If you wish, you can refer to the truck maximum limit document that I had sent you. Doing the math, their math, in the study, the total truck maximum limit leaving the site, full or empty, is 80 trucks per day. Full and empty trucks include recycled material not broken out in the transportation impact study. This amounts to a total of 180 trucks per day going to and leaving the proposed site. This study has been approved by the region. I asked the region 3 questions. Who monitors this maximum limit? Who enforces this maximum limit? What are the fines when this limit are exceeded? The region's response was to refer me to the Ministry of Natural Resources. I find it baffling that the region reviews the study and approves it, but they have no oversight responsibility for their actions or decisions. I did submit this question to the ministry well over a month ago. No response yet. The transportation impact study did not assess any cumulative effects of increased traffic, so I did one. This is based on the regional municipality of Waterloo traffic counts and the Township of Wilmot traffic counts. You can refer to the increase in traffic impact document. The highlights. There is a 384% increase in traffic impact along Whitmer Road. No surprise there. There is an 80% increase of traffic impact at the corner of Whitmer Road and Sandhills Road. That's a substantial number. This one I found shocking. There's a 98.75% increase of traffic impact at the corner of Whitmer Road and Queen Street. That is nearly double the amount of traffic at that location. I have stated, I believe some of the assumptions made in the traffic impact study are questionable. You can refer to the increased traffic impact document I had forwarded to you. Based on more reasonable assumptions, this indicates more than 1 truck per minute traveling along Whitmer Road. I feel sorry for those residents that have to endure that kind of traffic day in and day out. We've had a taste of that kind of traffic in Shingletown over the last few weeks with trucks going to and from the Sandhills pit. It is not pleasant. Safety of pedestrian, cyclists, residential driveways, farm vehicles, school buses, and emergency vehicles totally ignored. IBI's response to this question: in case of a Whitmer Road blockage, emergency vehicles could enter Whitmer Road via Queen Street or Sandhills. This could mean up to a 6-mile detour to get to the scene for an emergency vehicle that could delay the response to the site by 8 to 10 minutes. In the case of a structural fire, this could mean the difference between saving the building or total loss. In the case of a medical emergency, it could mean the difference between life and death. There is a way to eliminate, I would say, 95% of these traffic problems. At the last township meeting, I spoke and I left an alternate solution. Could you please put up the picture that I had sent you on the screen? Thank you. If you refer to this proposed haul route with reduced impact, This shows an alternate route. This route piggybacks on the existing haul route established in the Cattleman's Agreement held by the township. The advantages, all truck traffic diverted through this route to and from the proposed site. This is a pit-to-pit route. No road replacement or additional maintenance required on Whitmer Road or Sand Hills. The pit to the south has a proper entrance for trucks onto and off of Queen Street. The pit to the south has an asphalt plant. The haul route could be paved to reduce dust. There could be traffic lights installed at the proposed pit entrance, controlled by the pit for additional crossroad safety. As long as the kids play nice in the sandbox, this can be achieved. I have enjoyed living in Wilmot Township for over 40 years. Your decision on this application determines whether that continues, not just for me, but all the other residents that will be affected by this pit. Please choose wisely in what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. And I see no questions, so thank you. Our next speaker is Rory Farnan.
Good evening.
Good evening, Rory. Welcome. You have 10 minutes, sir. You can watch the deputy clerk for your 2-minute warning.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and Council. My name is Rory Farnan. I am a Wilmot resident and the Secretary of Citizens for Safe Groundwater. And I believe there is a deck that I have provided to the, yes, thank you. If you could turn to the next slide, please. There are numerous potential impacts that this application poses. Tonight, we are focusing on our township-owned Whitmer Road and its intersection with Queen Street. Next slide, please. The proposed haul route is to exit onto Whitmer Road and using the intersection of Wilmot and Queen to advance out to Market. Although Highway 8 is likely to be the primary destination, there is the possibility of additional truck traffic throughout the township. I have witnessed this as a resident of Mannheim, with truck traffic driving through Mannheim to access Tressler Road. Next slide, please. Citizens for Safe Groundwater has commissioned expert peer reviews of the Hman Pit, our last delegation, noise and air quality. Tonight, I'll focus on the traffic impacts. Next slide, please. As you heard, Russell Brownlee is a recognized expert in his field of expertise. His expertise locally, both to Wilmot Township and the region of Waterloo, and his recognition provincially should be highlighted to underscore his findings, which includes 25 years of experience, University of Waterloo graduate in civil engineering, was the award recipient by the Transportation Safety Council for his leadership in the field of traffic safety. He was a Consulting Engineers of Ontario appointee to the Ontario Provincial Standards Traffic Safety Committee, and recognized as a qualified road safety expert in the Superior Court of Justice for Ontario. Next slide, please. In Mr. Brownlee's review, several concerns were identified, including incomplete safety analysis, sightline deficiencies, inconsistency in collected data, underestimated usage, and a poorly designed road intersection. These concerns have not been adequately addressed by the applicant to this date. Next slide, please. There are a laundry list of potential risks to Whitmer Road that have yet to be adequately addressed. Many of them are listed on this slide. Concern for using township roads as a gravel pit haul route was recently highlighted in the media by our neighboring mayor of North Dumfries, Sue Foxton. And while we don't have the expectation of transforming Whitmer Road into a superhighway, we're certainly concerned with its current state. Next slide, please. To date, objections to the application as they relate to road safety on Whitmer Road remain unsatisfactory. In fact, the only consideration that has been suggested is the installation of a sign at the exit of the Hman Pit. This should be a given. The current state of Whitmer Road goes far beyond the installation of a sign. Significant improvements should be mandated by the township and at the expense to the applicant. Next slide, please. As our expert, Mr. Brownlee, has indicated, Whitmer and Queen do not intersect at a 90-degree angle. This offers a level of complexity to begin with. Next slide, please. If you've driven Whitmer Road, which I suggest council take the opportunity to do after this presentation, you will notice an obstruction at the intersection that makes it difficult to see oncoming traffic. You are not only contending with sight distance, but also the issue of slow acceleration onto a high-speed road, raising the concern of frequent rolling stops or the potential for intersection collisions. Next slide, please. Left turns require acceleration to an incline to merge with oncoming traffic. Heavy trucks from neighboring operations pose potential risk, especially in peak operating time frames. Next slide, please. Questions being, can Whitmer Road and the intersection to Queen operate safely with the proposed impact of approximately 181 trucks per day? What about its peak periods? Have the impacts been addressed? CSGW doesn't believe so. Next slide, please. Of course, one of the important factors of this application are the cumulative impacts to the area and to the region abroad. A significant consideration that is missing in this application is the cumulative impacts to the immediate surrounding area. The applicant will add approximately 181 trucks per day to an already growing rate of truck traffic in the area. How will township staff address this moving forward, regardless of jurisdiction or responsibility? Because ultimately, this is happening in Wilmot. In conclusion, we expect that these issues will be addressed in order for council to make an informed decision on this application. It is our position that this application has not demonstrated that it will not pose negative impacts to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rory. And I see no questions. Thanks again, Roy. Next speaker is Samantha Lernout.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Samantha, thank you. You have 10 minutes and you can watch the deputy clerk for your 2-minute warning. Go ahead.
Thank you. I also have a slide deck that I've shared with the clerk. Thank you. Oh, that's not mine. That's mine is the one, it's just a white front. It says living on Whitmer Road. Sorry. I should have put my name in the title. Well, that's getting found. I'll just get started anyways. So tonight I plan to describe the objectives I have for the proposed zone change by Jackson Harvest Farms for my family living on the Township Road that is the proposed haul route. I have 3 young children, so I have some significant concerns personally. So according to the correspondence between the applicant and Township's commissioned experts, you can go to the next slide, please. The nature of this pit operation, thank you, would be that it's a steady flow. So this is just a quote from the correspondence between Township and Mr. Esbaugh's consultant. The nature of the pit operations would be that they would want as steady of a flow throughout the day as possible. So loaders, scales, drivers, etc., would be productive throughout the whole day. So I take that to understand that they're suggesting that this pit is going to be operating from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday to Friday, Saturdays, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 300 days a year, steady. So that raises a lot of questions for me. My family has a business in the concrete business, and I personally see seasonal variations. I question 300 operational days, 6 days a week, consistently throughout the day. I ask, are there no busy times of the day for gravel pits? For this gravel pit, rain days, winter, heat waves, the days of the week are all the same. I would like clarification on this steady flow. Have the traffic impacts been considered during the busier times of the year and the day? Have the true potential transportation impacts been identified and analyzed? Can this road handle this at its peak? Next slide, please. So this was a video. I'm not extremely tech savvy, but so I can't, it won't be shown tonight. I did share it with Council and Mayor Armstrong. So the reason I shared this video, that I wanted to show this video, was just to sort of show the existing conditions. So I appreciate Russell Brownlee's delegation earlier tonight. I appreciate the presentation by Mr. Farnan for CSGW discussing the policy. However, I think you have to go beyond the expert testimony and understand from a planning perspective. So that's why I feel it's really important to show the existing site conditions and the receptors. So that's what I feel this video shows. So something must be done with this expert review that's been shown, in my opinion. It's my understanding that expert testimony must be applied by a planner. The planner could be described as the brain that makes the connections to policy in order to ensure that the issues identified by experts do not create land use compatibility issues. With an application like this from Jackson Harvest Farms, expert opinion alone, the science behind this, is not enough to appropriately assess the impacts of such an application, particularly when there are possible conflicting land uses. Part of understanding the impacts of a change in land use is understanding the existing conditions and the receptors. This is why I've invited councillors and Mayor Armstrong to watch my son get on the bus. This is why I wanted to show you the existing conditions in the video that I unfortunately cannot show tonight. Nonetheless, these videos have been shared with the mayor and council. What receptors are present and what existing risks are present. Next slide, please. So even if it is a steady flow, I do not accept the safety risks this application brings to remove 750,000 tons That's 3 times the pit that's on this road already, of aggregate out annually on a township road that presents these risks that have been described and will be described tonight. There are residents on this road. With multiple residents living along Whitmer Road, how will waste management operate with the added traffic? Will this steady flow of transport trucks and dump trucks impede emergency services when seconds count? I recall a time last year, last summer, I should have the date in here, but when emergency services made it to my home in less than 3 minutes, which felt like forever. What if they are stuck behind a gravel truck? How could one of these trucks pull over? What happens when a truck crests the hill and finds a group of cyclists on the other side? Next slide, please. So this was a video of my son getting on the school bus. Again, I've shared it. So next slide, please. Oh, sorry, just in reference to that last, you might think it's a winter scene. That's not that. I mean, that is the worst case. Of course it is. And that could be reality provided the 300 operational days that are proposed in this application. So a 384% impact per day. That was based on calculations that Ed Dupay shared earlier. That's a big change. This road has safety issues to begin with. To my knowledge, these issues have not resulted in casualties on Whitmer Road, likely due to the light motorized vehicle road use as described by Russell Brownlee. Will this proposed change increase the risks to a dangerous level? Are you comfortable with allowing the zone change, which will permit this change to our township road without any road changes proposed? Only a sign that cautions drivers as they leave the pit. Will the novelty of the sign fade over time, and can we expect truck drivers to bear the responsibility of driving this road as described in this application? Next slide, please. So going back to the baseline, let's not add any additional safety risks to this road. Let's preserve it for Wilmot's recreational use. This road is enjoyed by more than those who live on it. I see more cyclists, walkers, bird watchers, photographers, and farmers on this road than vehicles in a normal day. It is not what a township, is this not what a township road in Wilmot should look like? A township road. And is this not the purpose it should serve? Is this road capable of safely accommodating the kind of traffic Rick Esba is proposing? Next slide, please. So it's funny. Is there a solution? Ed Dupay, great minds think alike. With some cooperation between gravel pit owners and operators, there may be a solution for all these issues. Following the precedent set by the Catalans Agreement, I won't get into detail because I'm just repeating something that was already presented. But I wonder if Rick Esba were to have made efforts to use neighbors' properties, wouldn't it make more sense to go through an existing licensed pit? The intersection safety issues, as well as safety and noise and air quality concerns for residents on Whitmer Road, would be solved. And the township would not have to worry about ever carrying the economic burden of wear and tear on its township road. Recreational road use could continue and the risk of casualty may not increase. Win-win all around if these aggregate operators can cooperate. Next slide, please. Air quality, noise, and transportation impacts are all left unchecked as identified by experts commissioned by Citizens for Safe Groundwater. This application may be bringing such attention because of the sheer number of people directly impacted by the application. Is this a land compatibility issue? The proposal places an industrial operation to remove, wash, crush, stockpile, and repurpose aggregate materials in the middle of a community. This is far from a benign zone change application. Beyond the potential health impacts identified March 1st, I do not accept the safety risks this application brings to remove 750,000 tons of aggregate and transport it along a township road with residents. And with the existing road conditions. This process has potential to pose safety risks for residents, farmers, motorists, services, and recreational road users. Next slide, please. So mayor, councillors, and the planning department, what's next? I understand that once the planning department receives its final comment, the final comment from the region, a report with all the information the planning department has on this application will be presented to council. It's my understanding that the issues identified by CSGW and the public, as well as anything others have provided, will be clearly presented in the Township Planner's report to Council. As representatives and employees of the public, I expect Township Council and staff to advocate for their constituents in this process as they are legally obligated to do. This application is for a zone change. It will be extremely close to private well owners and established community of sensitive receptors. Gravel will be hauled along a township road with existing issues. Once zoned to industrial aggregate and once the operator has a license from the MNRF, it is my understanding that site amendments are filed with MNRF and the township has little to no say on what happens after that. It will likely prevent recreational traffic along Whitmer Road. No one wants to fight against the safety threat of huge dump trucks on a narrow country road. And the list of issues goes on. Obviously, this is not a benign zone change. I trust that our township will identify and address the issues from a planning perspective. Please use the creativity, innovation, and determination that you have shown in your hard work on other projects to persevere the integrity of the land, air, and water to protect the health of your constituents from the threat of the Hman Pit. According to the PPS and Wilmot official plan, it is the applicant's responsibility to demonstrate that his proposal shall have no negative impacts. And with creativity, innovation, determination, and hard work, I believe it is possible to remain fiscally responsible and preserve and protect your constituents. Thank you. I'm sorry for going over time.
Okay. Thank you, Samantha. And I see no questions, so thanks again, Samantha.
Thank you for giving me the time to finish. I appreciate that.
And our next speaker would be Paula Brown. Oh, sorry, my mistake, Linda Lapel. Thank you.
Call on.
I see Yvonne's name up there. Is Yvonne, are you with Linda?
No, Yvonne is going to.
Okay. Okay, Yvonne, then yeah, you're up next. If you're trying to speak, Yvonne, you are muted.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
You have 10 minutes, so you watch
okay.
the deputy clerk for your warning for 2
All
minutes.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your worship, council, and staff, my name is Yvonne Zima. I've been living in Wilmot for about 30 years now. I'm quite involved in the community. I like to be engaged because I love living in Wilmot Township. It has history, it has heritage, it has nature, and these are all things that I value. So I am addressing you, like others tonight, regarding the zone change application that affects us all. The Hman Pit will change this area in Southwest Wilmot in ways that can only be negative. It's important to view this proposal as part of the whole. And so I'm going to give you an overview and a little tour. So hang on a second here. So to the north, could I have figure 1? I have a visual. Could we have that up? I don't know if that, is that put up, or I can't see it, so I don't know if it's been put up or not.
Yes, Yvonne, figure 1 is
Oh,
showing
okay.
on the screen.
All right, because I can't see it. So, oh, here we go. All right. So you've probably seen this before, or maybe not. Boundaries of the proposed site and the area immediately surrounding it. So my little tour starts to the north. Is a settlement that in the 1860s was called Schinkelstädte. And it remains to this day probably not a whole lot bigger than it was then. It's a small, quiet, rural row of homes. And immediately to the south is a proposed gravel pit, which, as you probably know by now, many people who live in Shingletown are very upset about this potential. To the south, immediately to the south, which has received some discussion today already, are 6 already licensed pits. And this is sort of the northern lip of what was the Cattlelands property. So it was basically agricultural. So that's sort of the history of the area. It's mostly agricultural land, surrounded by agricultural land. And right now, it appears that what lies beneath it is getting a lot of attention, more so than the surface. So what we're looking at here is it's from the Advanced Environmental Study, September 2019. And you can see in the bottom left corner with the green stripes going across there. Yes, thank you so much. I didn't do that, but thank you for whoever did that. And then also to the it's the right, far right, lower right. So that would be the southeast corner. So these are 2 woodland communities, okay? They're important features in the agricultural countryside because they provide a place for the wildlife to live, to breed, to hide. The one at the southwest is actually considered a significant woodland by the region of Waterloo. So it is big enough, it's a sugar maple bush, it's big enough to meet the criteria of being a core environmental feature of the Greenlands Network. So network is kind of one of those words where you kind of think, okay, a network means things are connected. So the more we cut up the countryside, the less likely we are to have a network that provides home for the wildlife that we would really like to see continue live among us. The one that is on the southeast corner is too small, but it's interesting because the dance environmental study did include it in their study, even though it was too small to be recognized by the region, because it is very similar to the one that is recognized. So the larger one, the significant woodland, literally abuts this site. It is, and they're actually measuring where the drip line is in order to calculate where they're allowed to start doing their work. So, like it or not, you tell the trees, you stop your roots from growing here because this is where the boundary is. I don't think it works that way. Next, we have the fence rows and a hedgerow. So the fence rows are wildlife corridors. And so you have them running around the property, and they connect these woodlots. They also connect to the wetland and pond, which you can kind of see in there. And it's been confirmed by some longtime residents that there is a deer run that runs north and south on the eastern boundary. So you've got that little not counted woodlot And then heading north, you along that fence line, you've got your what is a mostly white pine plantation that has been let go, your wetlands and your pond. And then, so animals use these fence lines as corridors to travel from place to place. And I cannot imagine putting something like a gravel pit into the middle of this will not have some effect on the wildlife. The noise alone, the activity, everything. There are also coyotes, usually about 6 of them have been spotted in the pine bush. Deer are also seen there regularly. About up to 25 wild turkeys have been seen in the area. The next area of importance, and very important, is the wetland and the pond. And the pond it's a permanent open water pond, but what makes it really interesting is there's no apparent surface inflow features. So the water does not come in like from a stream or anything like that, which means that, quote here, this is on page 7 of the dance report, the wetland is not considered to be isolated from the groundwater system. Rather, the local water table supports the pond water levels. And then further on the same page, it says there are 52 private water wells within 500 meters of the site. So
2-minute mark.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's just your 2-minute warning.
Oh, okay, sorry. So we can see that the water is really important here. This pond is really unusual, and it is connected to the groundwater. The groundwater and the health of the groundwater affects this, and vice versa. The health of this pond could have negative effects on the surrounding area. So we've also got other wildlife mentioned, birds, eastern bluebirds, brown thrashers, vesper sparrows along the fence rows. They did a turtle count and confirmed eastern painted turtle nesting site. They did counts of the little critters and they counted about 19 at a time. So, no, that's a various sizes. So turtles are pretty, a lot of them. Well, they also measured spring peepers. Spring peepers are frogs, in case you don't know that. But when they did their measurements, the call code is level 3, which means over 30 individuals. So this wetland is very active and very populated. So could I have the next slide, please? I'm going to rush through this. This is the Hman Pit operational plan. And as you can see, if you kind of, I don't know if you can zoom in, you can see where the pond is from the previous map. You can also see there are 4 rectangles, and those are the wash ponds.
30 seconds, Yvonne.
Okay, those are the wash ponds. Now, can I have the next slide, please? Because I'm going to go through this real quick. This is a view looking south at the pond. And so on the right is the proposed site. And as you can see, the grade of the land is. We're looking uphill, okay? So to the right is at the top of this hill where the wash ponds are. And water, knowing what it does, will flow downhill. And so water from those wash ponds is going to be going into this pond and wetland area. For sure, okay?
Time to wrap up.
Okay, so I'm going to show you my last slide. Because we were at this pond on Sunday. We were giving the permission to go down the Wetzel Lane to the pond, and this is a mute swan. So I don't know why he was by himself. I think everyone left, and he must have been having a nap because he missed the exit. So he was there by himself. But this is a mute swan that people drive miles out of their way to see mute swans. We drive to Oxford, we drive to Wellesley, so seeing a mute swan in this pond is actually a big thing for anyone who likes nature, wildlife. And to summarize, I'm just going to say that please don't allow this rezoning to occur. It can only have negative impacts on the wildlife. It's something we don't know what will happen to the water. The other thing about this pond is that 3/4 of this pond is actually on the neighbor's property. So if those wash ponds are putting water
Yvonne,
downhill.
we have to ask you to wrap up.
All right.
You're
Thank
well
you very
over
much
your
for
time.
I've
Thank
spoken now. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Yvonne.
All right, thanks.
I see no questions, so. Our next speaker is Linda Lapel.
Thank you.
Welcome, Linda. You have 10 minutes and you can watch the deputy clerk for your 2-minute warning. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again today on economic, traffic, and the bigger picture of the Hman Pit application. I'm Linda Lepler and we farm across the road from the proposed pit. It seems economics alone dictate how we treat our environment. When we consider all the issues with this gravel pit proposal and put 2 and 2 together, we get a lot more than 4. Adding the human factor, whatever happens on the old feedlot property, it affects everyone in the township and region. The risks of having history repeated on this property are much too high. The risk of economic changes and the township being burdened by another hole in the ground in a source water protected area with no one responsible and capable is just too high. Let's look at the history of this location and why it has been in such despair for so many years. It was all dictated by economics. Science and technology allowed in the 70s for larger and larger farm operations. Even the University of Guelph was keen to do animal nutrition research at the site. The effects of their actions then have not been fully explored and damages not calculated today. No one seems to have noticed and had any concerns that manure running off the property found its way to the Shingletown Witzel Pond, a small cattle lake probably connected to other cattle lakes in the area through an underground interacting common water body functioning like a sponge. Economics. The bank gave mortgages to the feedlot operation and raked in interest. Then cattle prices dropped. Bills couldn't be paid, the bank took over the property, but did not take the responsibility for any environmental damages, sold it to a non-farmer who collected rent for the farmable area and let the feedlot site sit and decay. No one can guarantee that this will not happen again if economics for some reason no longer warrant proper management and profits from aggregate extractions or any other activity permitted. Therefore, the hydrological study area for the pit should be expanded and also evaluate all nitrate studies done by the region between Mannheim, Whitmer Road, Baden, and St. Agatha. It wouldn't come to a surprise if today's nitrates level found at the Shingletown wells, as well as the closed Baden well, are in part result of the reckless operation and abandonment of this former feedlot, all in the name of economics and profits. But what is groundwater worth? Let's take the value of the water pumped from the municipal wells K50 and 51 and how and who it would affect if water prices were to go up due to contamination of these wells less than 800 meters from the south end of the proposed gravel pit. These wells pump an average 100 liters a second, 3 million cubic a year. 3 million cubic built at $1 per cubic by the region and $2 by the utilities is $6 million a year paid by Waterloo region residents just for easy access water from Wilmot Center well fields. If these wells get contaminated and there is added cost to sourcing water elsewhere to fill the demand, it will be everyone's business by the millions. At this point, one must wonder who will be responsible for operating the pit if the go-ahead is given. Will it be Jackson Harvest Farm, or will it become a branch of Tri-City Material or a yet not unknown company? Let's look 3 years back. Jackson Harvest Farm bought the old feedlot on Whitmer Road on December 12, 2017. On December 18, 2017, Miller Paving from Markham acquired Tri-City Group of companies based in Kitchener. Miller headquarters is in the US. On February 28, 2018, Colas Canada completed the acquisition of 100% of the shares of the Miller Asphalt Group. Colas headquarters is in France. And Colas is a company with 35 billion in sales. So who will be responsible if anything goes wrong? Who will assure when economics warrant to go below the water table that it will not happen, when even the provincial policy statement allows just that? Currently, any operator licensed for an above water table pit can apply to extend extraction down into the water table. All that is required to extend the depth of extraction is a site plan amendment approved by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. Such an amendment is typically circulated by the MNRF to affected municipalities, but municipalities have only a limited commenting role in the process and no right of appeal if they have any groundwater concerns. And the same goes for rehabilitation. The provincial policy statement says, complete rehabilitation to an agricultural condition is not required if, outside of a specialty crop area, there is a substantial quantity of mineral aggregate resources below the water table warranting extraction, or the depth of plant extraction in a quarry makes restoration of pre-extraction agricultural capability unfeasible. In short, it is economical. If it's economical, no restoration is necessary. The hole in the ground can stay forever in the name of economics. As far as traffic goes, we all know increased traffic by 50 or 100% make it 50 or 100 times more likely that someone's cat get run over, someone's dog get hit, and 50 or 100 times more likely that someone's child get hurt or even killed. Since there is enough evidence presented by now to deem the project not feasible as planned, I haven't looked into traffic much, but in case I'm wrong with my faith and trust in township staff and council, I would propose the applicant gets equal treatment, same as the pits south of Whitmer Road, and will be asked to partner with those pit operator and use a common internal haul route for which he would only need to cross Whitmer Road and share the cost. The good thing is the floodgate of new risks associated with the operation of a gravel pit on a former industrial scale feedlot has not been opened yet. The Creator made our heads round so we can change our minds and thoughts don't get stuck in a corner. Therefore, just imagine for a moment an alternative land use for this property. A land use where the profits would come from research and education, not from destruction. A land use for a wide community to benefit from. A land use that would put Wilmot Township on the map for municipalities across Ontario and beyond to learn from. A land use that would give Mr. Rick Esbar a proud legacy to leave behind, like no other pit operator. Council, please consider an interim control bylaw and take the necessary time to truly evaluate the complexity of this project. It will pay dividends for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And I see no questions. So our next speaker is Paula Brown.
Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and councillors. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Paula. Thank
Thank
you. You
you.
have 10 minutes and watch the deputy clerk for your 2-minute warning, please.
Thanks. I'm addressing you tonight as a resident of Baden who would not be directly affected by a potential gravel pit on Whitmer Road, but as a concerned citizen of Wilmot Township who does not want to see the lives of the residents of Shingletown ruined. My family of 4 has lived in Baden for 30 years. We moved here from Kitchener in 1991. We truly enjoy the quiet rural lifestyle that Wilmot Township has provided my husband and me and our 2 sons. In fact, in the last few years, there's been a noticeable improvement in our quality of life. We now enjoy a variety of walking trails such as Schmidt Woods on Gingrich Road, the new Baden Hills Regional Forest on Sandhills Road, as well as the paved sidewalk along Gingrich Road between Sandhills and Foundry. Kudos to the township for making these improvements. After reading in the newspaper about the application for a gravel pit by Rick Esbaugh's Jackson Harvest Farms and attending a couple of information meetings about it at the Wilmot Rec Complex pre-pandemic, I decided to inspect the site of the potential gravel pit on Whitmer Road. From Baden, I drove south on Sandhills Road, turned left onto Whitmer Road, and was immediately confronted with a sign prohibiting trucks over 5 tons per axle from using the road between March 1st and April 30th, presumably because the road would be destroyed by heavy trucks in the spring. Maybe not the best road for heavy gravel trucks. Whitmer Road is a pretty country road, undulating over rolling hills with no shoulders and deteriorating asphalt in several places. I cannot imagine the road being able to sustain the load of an average of 11 heavy gravel trucks per hour, let alone the potential maximum of 44 gravel trucks per hour, 6 days a week for more than 30 years. At the stop sign at the intersection of Whitmer Road with Queen Street, I encountered another problem: poor sight lines. I was trying to turn left or north onto Queen Street. For one thing, it's not a square intersection. Also, there's a large mound of soil on the southwest corner of the intersection that obstructs your view of the oncoming traffic driving north on Queen Street. I had to inch forward into the intersection to check for traffic. As I entered the intersection, a small white truck that was hidden by the mound almost drove into me. Luckily, I was able to back up just in time to avoid a collision. I do not believe that this is a safe intersection. If you haven't done so already, I would recommend that each councillor take a test drive along Whitmer Road and through this intersection to experience how dangerous it is. It would be more instructive than just reading a traffic study report. I cannot believe that the geometry of this intersection meets current safety standards. I imagine that the reason it hasn't been corrected is that the traffic has been light. But if there were gravel trucks turning left every few minutes, there would undoubtedly be accidents if nothing were done to correct the sight lines or make it a 4-way stop. I don't know whether the applicant or the township taxpayers would be responsible for paying for upgrading the road and improving the intersection. But I believe that something would need to be done if the gravel pit were to be approved. Moving on from the topic of roads, I would like to conclude with a few quotations from a report on branding by the consultants Obbs and Mugg from Toronto, presented to council on February 8th. It states that the township budgeted $40,000 in 2020 on this branding exercise that included hiring consultants, surveying residents, and releasing a new attractive logo that depicts rolling green hills, a blue Nith River, and a golden sun. The consultants describe Wilmot Township as, quote, stunning, and as, quote, truly home in a deeper, more genuine way than we've witnessed elsewhere. Here are some other quotes from their report. From quintessential Ontario green space to growing neighborhoods to historic and charming town centers, our shared landscape is an integral part of Wilmot's identity. The places of Wilmot sustain us, and we sustain them. The rolling hills, flowing Nith River, sprawling sky, and well-traveled roads are important parts of the Wilmot lifestyle. A place of many energies. In Wilmot, you can both relax and engage. Our charming countryside communities and peaceful rural landscapes offer a warm glow of respite from the hustle and bustle of the city. At the same time, Wilmot's position between two creative regions brings a pulse of vitality and inspiration to the community. Fueled by this unique mix of energies, Wilmot's residents are able to cultivate the type of lifestyle they desire. New to the area or born and raised, we care deeply about our home. We recognize that it is beautiful by nature and work hard to preserve and cultivate its beauty. In Wilmot, we understand today's shared experiences become tomorrow's shared legacy. As residents of Wilmot, we are stewards of a remarkable place. Together, we preserve and pass along our collective stories and actively foster community relationships. End of quote. Truly inspiring words. If you believe in this description of our township, I hope that you will decide against approving a gravel pit that is so close to Shingletown that it would destroy their quality of life with unbearable noise levels that would potentially impact their health and jeopardize their safety on the road. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Paula. And I see no questions, so thank you again. Our next speaker is David Bricker.
Good evening, fellow neighbors.
Welcome,
Mayor.
David. You have 10 minutes and you can watch the deputy clerk for your 2-minute warning. Thank you.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Good evening, fellow neighbors, mayor, council members, and citizens of Wilmot Township. I'm David Bricker. I live at 1768 Whitmer Road. I moved in here in 1975. I am totally opposed to said gravel pit. Why? The negative impact it will have on the sensitive area, the environment, citizens surrounding this area, and an agreement to not allow access onto Whitmer Road was made a while back, and I wonder why it wasn't enforced. The alleged truck traffic is too intense. The noise, the volume, vibration. Our house is 60 feet from the edge of the road. The hours of operation, 6 days a week. The hours, days of the week. The hours also are unacceptable. Limited access to and from our properties is another problem. And deprivation of sleep and quality of life is going to be affected quite greatly. Our pure drinking water, the extraction of the natural purification system will cause a huge problem to water quality. On Bleems Road into Shingletown, signs that are put up by the township, I presume, state drinking water protection area from east and west going into Shingletown. Allowing the said pit to prevail, how does this protect the drinking water we now are proud of in Wilmot Township? Less sensitive locations should be found for aggregate operations. A responsible company would of course do this. This said land off Whitmer Road should remain agriculture zoned. We must set an example to others, to other aggregate companies, as good farmland and is at a premium. This is a fact. Better for one environment, water quality, air quality, our voted in politicians should take care of the citizens' concerns regarding the licensing of this said aggregate operation. So I ask you to really consider what the citizens of this area are putting forward to you. We are very sincere about it. We are trying to protect this area, and if we don't protect the agriculture and the water quality, who will? So let's do it. Let's not let this pit come in. It's in the wrong place. It's in a very sensitive area, which is not acceptable. And it doesn't make sense to destroy the natural filtration system that gives us our wonderful quality of water. I drink the water right out of my well, and I have been doing it since 1975. And I'm proud of how good the water is, and I hope we all are. Thank you for your time. I hope you take me seriously, and I hope things work out for the citizens of Wilmot Township and Shingletown and Whitmer Road. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, David. I see no questions. Next speaker is Stephanie Gertz.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Welcome, Stephanie. You have 10 minutes, and please watch the deputy clerk for your 2-minute warning.
Thank you so much. So I have a slide, I have a presentation. If you can pull that up, please. Thank you. So tonight we were talking about, do we need another pit? Are there better alternatives to concrete and asphalt? So citizens within Wilmot understand that there is a current need for aggregate and asphalt, but is there a need for new pits? When assessing the need for a new pit, there needs to be an analysis of, is there an actual need of this new pit? And if there's a greater need to protect the health and the environment of its local population. We need our council to understand that local residents are not against aggregate. When I was doing my research, I came across a news article. So I'm starting my timer. News article. In it, there was a list that I found that related to our local concerns and wanted to read off the suggestions from the website. It was created by the Association of Citizens Together in our NASA Juia. They suggest that government should scrutinize every application with strict focus on public and environmental risks. They believe that only aggregate companies benefit from close to market strategies, identifying and developing a sophisticated supply chain that is less intrusive and consistent with Premier Ford's promise to protect water in the Greenbelt. They also state that the government should not allow aggregate licenses to be approved in areas with 50+ homes within a 3-kilometer radius. And they suggest that introduction of new technology to monitor air, water, dust, noise, and blasting, which will be monitored by MNRF, paid by aggregate operators with oversight from other aggregate agencies. I know this is more of a request for the provincial government, but I am asking that our council review these suggestions and determine if there's an opportunity to update or create bylaws or policies to reflect these requests for any future zone applications. Reform requires vision, leadership, and good governance, and placing public interest before corporate interest. So my next slide, please. Actually, sorry, we skip over that. So the next slide. Yeah, so there's no need to show need. So this slide, I'll be quoting information from Gravel Watch Ontario.
So on their website, I captured a lot of their information. So there's something called the Provincial Policy Statement 2020. In this document, there's a controversial statement that says the aggregate industry has no need to show need when applying for new aggregate license or expansions. This document was commissioned by the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry. A report questioning both the assumption and the conclusions of the report indicate that there is more than enough quarries in operation to supply Ontario long into the future, somewhere above the 100-year mark. So that's currently in operation, not adding any additional ones. It has been suggested that better use of some ministry officials' time could be the reassignment from issuing new permits for pits or expansions to 2 other important tasks, such as measuring the use of active and dormant license pits against more current and accurate predictions of the need for new aggregate. The need for new aggregate should be reviewed in light that new products and alternative options are entering the market and being funded by the government. The second task that they suggest should be done with these officials is increasing inspection to help resolve issues experienced by communities around pits and quarries or along haul routes. Again, information supplied by Gravel Butch Ontario states that there's already more than enough quarries in operation to supply Ontario long into the future, somewhere around the 100-year mark. Many pits, even in Wilmot, in Waterloo region, many pits are not operating at full capacity. In many areas, they're currently zoned for aggregate, but lay unused. Do we need more? So in my discussion, I'll be talking about eco-friendly alternatives to traditional concrete. So when researching this, you can easily come up with many alternatives to using new or virgin concrete. When considering if there's a need for a new pit, an assessment should be completed of local alternatives that use recycled materials. Some quick descriptions of, go ahead, jump ahead to the next slide, please, thank you. Some quick descriptions of these eco-friendly alternatives listed on a website called Specify Concrete, which is an aggregate and concrete association. Some of them are ashcrete, which is fly ash. It's a byproduct of combustion of coal, which has been previously discarded in landfills, but it can now be used to create green concrete. 20% of our current concrete can be replaced by using this recycled material. Blast furnace slag, just like fly ash, blast furnace slag is a byproduct that became recycled and used to make environmentally friendly alternatives to concrete. This material can replace up to 70 to 80% of our current concrete use. There's papercrete, which is using waste paper, which is recycled and reused as an aggregate material in concrete manufacturing. Concrete debris, so use of concrete debris is a clever way to utilize waste concrete material and cut down on resource consumption for the process of concrete production. This process saves valuable landfill space, and the reuse of debris reduces the use of virgin raw materials. Okay, next, there's going to be post-consumer glass. So glass, being a versatile inert material, is a suitable aggregate replacement. Next is plastic waste, which is utilizing waste plastic. It's a smart move. It's a biodegradable material. It's a non-biodegradable material. Plastic waste is easily recycled and can easily replace up to 20% of traditional concrete material. So when we look at all these alternative uses, we need to look for these solutions first and to understand if there's actual need to create more virgin concrete or asphalt when we already have an abundance of waste materials that we could be using. The next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about new innovations that positively impact our environment. So again, I will state there is a current need for concrete and asphalt. And currently, because of our policies and bylaws in municipalities and in our province, we do need a lot of concrete and asphalt to continue building the way we have been. But times are changing, not only because we have a greater understanding of the need to protect our water, our food system, and our community's health, but we also understand that we're facing large climate impacts because of our greenhouse gas emissions. Wilmot Township declared a climate emergency. This doesn't just mean we review and reconsider things that are commonly known to negatively impact our environment and release greenhouse gases. In communities across the country, The buildings we live and work are responsible for over 30% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. We need to drastically reduce this. So looking at aggregate pits, not only in terms of our food and water, and is there actually a need? We also need to be looking at, okay, yes, there is a need, but what other alternatives can we introduce that reduces that need? So when we look at and other environmental factors, so flooding and surface water pollutants increase as we continue to urbanize and continue to replace natural land cover with impervious surface like parking lots and streets, which use concrete and asphalt. Increasing runoff from impervious surfaces cause dangerous flooding. Severe erosion, damage to our streams, diminished recharge of our groundwater, and degrades the habitats for aquatic life. These hard surfaces also act as transportation routes for pollutants such as pesticides, road silt, and other sediments. An environmentally friendly alternative to asphalt and concrete is permeable pave, which is a porous surface that catches precipitation and surface runoff, storing it in a reservoir underneath the ground or underneath the cover, allowing it to filter into the soil below. This pavement can also be used to reduce the concentration of some pollutants by trapping in the pavement or by simply allowing the water to filter itself through the soil again. Another benefit of permeable pavement is that it's been found to reduce the need for road salt. Research has shown that this type of surface only needs 0 to 25% of the regular salt use that is applied in the winter. Again, so we're looking at not only is there a need, but what other alternatives can we use that can positively benefit our community. In terms of local and close to market, on March 4th, MP May for Cambridge and North Dumfries announced that Teco Block will be starting an Operation Air and creating 50 full-time jobs. They will be receiving $2.5 million from FedDev. So they are a company that does permeable pave. The other new innovation I'll talk about is mass timber. When we talk about bold, new green technologies that could have a large impact on our communities, most think of renewable energies, electric vehicles, reusable plastics, but a new technology that has actually been around for hundreds of years is gaining more traction, which is wood, which is also mass timber. Mass timber refers to engineered wood products like posts, beams, and large structural panels that are made by forming wood into layers, often using glue or nails. In 2017, the federal government pledged $39.8 million to encourage the use of timber in non-traditional construction projects such as tall buildings. Jim Carr, the then Minister of Natural Resources, stated that they can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating jobs for Canadians and the opportunities for Canadian businesses. So there is actually a company that will be moving into St. Thomas that focuses on mass timber buildings. And they have already outlined how many buildings they can create in a year.
You have to wrap
by
up.
focusing on policies, I do know that a number of municipalities have policies set in place that won't let mass timber buildings be used or be built in their township.
That's your time, so you have to wrap up.
Yes, okay, thank you. So with the new emerging green, environmentally friendly alternatives to concrete and asphalt that have been around for hundreds of years, we understand the future innovations that benefit our community instead of putting it at risk. I'm asking our council to not only consider the information stated by the other delegates, but to consider current policies and bylaws that may be hindering new positive innovations that can be used as alternatives and therefore reduce the need for new pits. These new innovations can help with local concerns such as flooding, access to clean water, and a shortage of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph. And I see no questions, so thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ruth Rosner. Welcome, Ruth.
Yeah, you could just ask if they hear you.
Yes, thank you.
You have 10 minutes.
Good
and-
evening, Mayor Armstrong, and thank you. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and members of council and other community members who I know are listening. My name is Ruth Rosner, and I live in the subdivision of Shingletown. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk tonight. I oppose the proposed Hman Pit for a variety of reasons, all of which have been presented at a number of meetings in the last year and again tonight. I want to talk tonight about the dangers of dump trucks traveling Whitmer Road. These dangers are many and are valid. There are threats for the safety of children, walkers, bikers. There are threats to ordinary traffic, emergency vehicles, snowplows, threats of pollution to the environment, including noise and dust, and as discussed tonight, the disturbance to the wildlife. I have a very specific focus tonight. My main concern is the number of dump trucks which will be traveling on Whitmer Road. As stated in my letter that I received from Mr. Esbaugh, the number of trucks per hour increased by 1 from a previous 22 count. I question the suggested number of 23 trucks per hour, and this on my observations in Shingletown over the past week. There is currently an operation traveling through Shingletown using dump trucks. The dump trucks travel a 12-kilometer route from Fisher-Holman in Kitchener through Mannheim to Sand Hills in Wilmot Townships. The trucks I observed begin at 7:10 a.m. and work until 5 p.m. In the Shingletown operation, the average hourly number of trucks I counted is 36, including full and empty ones. I repeat, 36 trucks. I base my observations on 3 days count, including morning, midday, and late afternoon times. The least number of trucks per hour on our road through Shingletown in this period was 36, and the most 40. I find that there's a difference between 23 trucks per hour and 40 in my survey. Of course, you will say that this is not Mr. Esbaugh's company and his proposed site. I agree to that. However, in my opinion, aggregate companies are similar than they are dissimilar. These companies operate on efficiency and profitability. If I remember correctly, Mr. Esbaugh says he wants this to be a family business, including his children. This is all the more reason for it to be as competitive, efficient, and profitable as possible. Here in Shingletown, we have a 60K speed limit, so traffic is somewhat slower if people obey that. However, I hear the sound of truck brakes needing to stop for our school bus. Whitmer Road is a rural road with an 80K limit and presently has the usual of local rural traffic. An aggregate business will add every machine, vehicle, dump truck that's necessary for their business operation. Mayor and councillors, this application requires much more oversight on your part before a final decision is made. You have heard tonight the many issues that have been discussed. If approved, what guidelines will you put in place? Simply about hours of operation, weekend work, holidays, work vehicles. I found that this was an interesting use of my time over the past week, but how will you find the phone number of the CEO in a foreign country when there is a problem in Wilmot? Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. And I see no questions for you. Thank you. And our next
Thank
speaker,
you.
our next speaker is Martha Bricker.
Oh, that's.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Martha. You have 10 minutes and you can watch the deputy clerk for your 2-minute warning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I live on Whitmer Road. My husband spoke earlier. We live on 1768 Whitmer Road. And I go for a walk in the morning once the spring is here and it's light enough in the morning, I go for a walk. So I've sent along some pictures and I just thought I'd take you on my walk. Can you show my pictures? Oh, that's not my picture. Those are not my pictures. Hopefully they can come up. No? Anyway, as I like to walk in the morning, early, I go about 6 o'clock in the morning and I take our dog and that's not my picture either.
Confusion
here. So when I start my walk, it's really a peaceful walk because it's so quiet in the morning at 6 o'clock and there's no traffic. When I do come across a car, it does go around me and we wave to each other. But when I first start, something's coming up. There I go. The first thing I see in the morning in the springtime is this wall of lilacs all along the road, right just up the road from where we live. So it's really quite beautiful and the smell is just something else. And next slide, please. The next picture. And I often come across deer. So this is quite often in the mornings. I see a deer here. And then the next picture. More deer. And another picture. And there's another deer. And I also see foxes on my walk. If you want to show the next picture, there's a fox. And I think the next picture as well. Yeah, there he is walking across the road. So these are the wildlife that I see while I'm walking along. And when I get to the woodlot right near where the proposed entrance of the gravel pit is, there's a woodlot there. And the sounds of the birds there are just incredible. A friend of ours who is a bird watcher says this is his favorite spot for bird watching. He sees birds that are hard to find anywhere else, like for instance, the red-headed woodpecker. And then that's one on the next picture. This is a picture he took of this red-headed woodpecker on our road. And it's just amazing, the sounds of the birds chirping. And it's because of the wetlands right close by. So it's really a shame if that goes away. And the next picture. Is there a next picture? We have beautiful, beautiful sunrises in the morning. And as I walk,
I'm sorry, that's all the pictures we have.
Oh, is it? Oh. Okay, so anyway, I had some beautiful pictures of the woodlot. I thought Tracy said she found all the other pictures, but I guess not. I was going to show you a picture of the road. There's no shoulders on the road. So when a car does come by, it goes around me and I give it a wave. We give each other a wave and I don't have to go on the ditch. It's just quiet. And I also meet a lot of cyclists on the road. We always wave and say hello as well. So there's no way that this road can be widened because you're going to miss all the vegetation and the wildlife is going to go away. It's just unacceptable. When we get to our house, I had a picture of our home, which is really close to the road. We have a hedge in front of our road, which gives us some privacy. And that is, if the trucks go by, that hedge is not going to last with all those trucks. We really enjoy our property. And even with our house being close to the road, it's a relatively quiet road. So we can sit outside and enjoy the country as it should be enjoyed. So just imagine these huge gravel trucks barreling down the road. The wildlife will disappear, the flowers will die from the dust and the exhaust, and I'll no longer be able to go for walks with our dog and without walking in the ditch and being blown away by the trucks. The dust and noise will make it impossible for us to sit outside or even open the windows and enjoy the fresh air. So that's all I have to say. So just really think very carefully about what you guys are thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. And there are no questions. So that is our last delegation. And I think before we go to the Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I just wanted to say thank you to all of the people who came to delegate tonight. Thank you for taking the time to inform yourselves. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us tonight. And rest assured that we all will review all of the material, and we do take this decision very seriously.
Thank you. Well said. So before we proceed with the consent agenda, there has been a request for a bio break. So we will take a 5-minute bio break. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I believe I had gotten an email earlier this afternoon that there was going to be another presentation delegation from TCP. Is that no longer an option, or are they? Thank you.
Ms. Middleholt.
Thank you, Councillor Gordick. The president of TCP is going to be a delegation with regards to agenda item 11.1.1, I believe, the work program report.
Okay, so we will take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back in 5. Welcome back, everybody. So next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. So if there's an item you wish to speak on, let us know and we'll pull it from the consent agenda. Otherwise, we'll take all three items and seeing no raised hands. So the recommendation is that report numbers DS 2021-010, DS 2021-011, and COR 2021-013 be approved. Moved by Councillor Fenning, seconded by Councillor Gordick. All in favor? That is carried. Next item is the work program. Mr. Whittington.
Thank you, Mayor. The report is broken into two portions. So the first portion is the review of the 2020 work program, and it very much needs to be acknowledged of the amazing work that was completed by staff when you recognized all the impacts of COVID-19 on both staff and resources in 2020 and also continuing through 2021. The second portion is the proposed 2021 work program. And that's based on our approved strategic plan, our master plans, our needs studies, and our 2021 approved budget. It's a very ambitious program of over 324 actions and initiatives. All the department heads are in attendance to respond to any questions. And again, I'd like to thank all the staff for all the dedicated work, all the efforts that they have just continued to do, which we all are just recognizing for the impressive amount of effort that they put into it in such an environment. And again, as we do, we'll be providing an update and a review of the work program during the mid-year. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one delegate for this report, Mr. Fuchs. Welcome, Aaron. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, council, staff, fellow delegates, and citizens joining in tonight from the safety of your homes. My name is Aaron Fuchs, and I join you this evening representing the community players of New Hamburg. I have the pleasure of serving as TCP's president, and having been involved with this group since I was a wee little lad, I remain proud of our foundations, current commitments to Wilmot, and the aspirations this group of performing artists continues to dream of for ourselves, but more importantly, our community. While I know many of you around the Zoom horseshoe will be familiar with TCP, some at home tonight may not be as aware, so I will begin there briefly. TCP is a nonprofit community theater group operating in Wilmot Township. We're a registered Canadian charity whose mandate is to present community theater at its very best. TCP was founded in 1984 by a group of enthusiastic individuals at the Trinity Lutheran Church in New Hamburg to celebrate their 150th anniversary through theatrical performance. Over 37 years, we've evolved into the community players, or more affectionately, TCP. In 2000, we began performing our large-scale spring musicals on the New Hamburg Arena floor. And 14 years later, we extended our season to include a smaller non-musical offering produced in the New Hamburg Community Center. Each year, over 3 weekends of shows, we welcome approximately 6,400 theater-going patrons to downtown New Hamburg. Much of TCP's success is based on the musicals and plays we tackle. We transform unexpected spaces into unique ones, and our greatest advantage to do so is through our ability to engage volunteers. Each year, it takes approximately 150 volunteers. Those are leadership, production, actors, orchestra, backstage, front of house teams, contributing 150,000 volunteer hours to bring our shows to the stages in Wilmot. Our volunteer base ranges from 37 years of involvement to brand new, or familial involvement to individual. The generosity of local partners and strong ticket sales have always been a reality of TCP. Since 2016, TCP's partnership program has grown 300%. These successes, coupled with grant funding, have allowed TCP to make intentional investments into capital assets, such as staging, audience risers, and microphone purchases. Arena renovations at a cost of $180,000 left our savings decimated. However, we have restored these savings to a point where we feel confident earmarking money for capital projects once again. We are looking to partner with those who see the potential in TCP and the strength we have acquired through our proven track record on whatever level that is, artistic, operational, or our community focus. The year that was 2020, thankfully it was, affected everyone greatly and each in a different way. In March 2020, at the onset of the pandemic, TCP's leadership team and directing teams made the decision to postpone our half-blocked and ready-to-go production of Beauty and the Beast. While the weight of that decision on our foundation of volunteers was heavy, it was the right and safe decision. In 2020, we pivoted to produce an online spring review in May and a holiday special in December. Each of those opportunities was a chance for us to bring art and warmth into people's homes at no cost to them. TCP's model is one of nimbleness, and the leadership of our volunteers through this year has remained strong. Did we lose money? Yeah. But did our TCP family respond financially when we asked them? Absolutely. And enough to see our investments untouched until the end of 2023 if we did nothing between now and then. But TCP is not known for sitting on its haunches. Planned for June 2021, TCP is pursuing outdoor live theater. We're calling it Take Two, a series of two-person plays presented by TCP. 5 shows will be presented over 2 weekends, adhering to health guidelines at the time. I'd like you all to cross your fingers and toes, please. Casting has just occurred for all 5 shows, to which a record number of auditions were accepted electronically. Rehearsals will begin online before transitioning in person as late as possible. That is briefly who TCP is, where we have been, how COVID-19 has affected our organization, and where we are headed artistically next. But why is TCP presenting tonight? In fall 2019, Wilmot Township partnered with TCP in application for federal and provincial funding, the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. The funding was to cover a proposed $6.75 million reconstruction of the New Hamburg Arena. Within this application was an approximately $1 million provision, which would have seen an additional 2,800 square feet of storage added for TCP at this location. This additional space, coupled with other provisions such as booking alignments, other available space within the facility, would have accommodated and consolidated TCP's current operational needs in one location. While our model is nimble, it can also be taxing on an entirely volunteer-run organization. The logistics are unbelievable unless you've experienced it. I want to be clear tonight that in the submission of the ICIP grant, TCP agreed to cover the township's portion of the additional square footage and made a $250,000 financial commitment to Wilmot. We also provided a list of benefits to the arts community if such a facility were supported through funding, which staff used in the application. As we all know, that application was denied funding, and therefore, apart from the ongoing third ice pad discussions have halted until last week, when TCP requested to talk to staff to debrief the ICIP application. Thank you to Mr. Whittington, Mr. Kelly, and Ms. Jackson for their time. From their advice and discussion, TCP is moving toward getting a better understanding of the tangible and intangible impacts we have on Wilmot and the communities of people we serve. We will also be pursuing a business feasibility study, which will bring greater clarity on our needs for the future. Let me say it again tonight in open council. TCP wants to partner with those who see the potential in TCP, as well as the arts, culture, and heritage groups in our rural community. While we remain thankful for the support of staff with the operational aspects of all that volunteer groups do in the community, we also see and feel the structure you must operate within: strategic plans, master plans, work programs. TCP feels that the direction and commitment needs to be started at the council level for greatest success. We are here tonight to recommit ourselves and hope that you will do the same. After all, I'm sure members of council will agree with me that we live in a pretty awesome arts, culture, and heritage-rich community that deserves vision and support. On those grounds, the 2021 work program presented this evening has been built to achieve alignment between the township's strategic plan, master plans, and needs studies. After reviewing the newest version of Wilmot's strategic plan, the Arts and Culture Master Plan, the previously completed ICE needs study, and in anticipation of Monteith Brown's third ice pad conceptual design and location analysis, TCP that the 2021 work program being discussed tonight presents the perfect opportunity for council to improve the quality of life, community engagement, and economic prosperity for Wilmot. TCP is here tonight to actively and specifically ask for council's support in having the 2021 work program amended to include that staff will work with TCP in pursuit of finding a feasible permanent location for an integrated production facility specific to TCP's need in growth and the possibility for additional community usage, but specifically for arts, culture, and heritage groups. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to answer any questions or receive comments that you may have.
Thank you, Aaron. Looking for comments or questions? Councillor Gordick?
To you, Mayor Armstrong. So, hi, Aaron. Thank you for the presentation. Always exciting to hear about things that are happening. I'm glad you guys have been able to pivot. Last year, being able to see some of the productions that you did using Kirkpatrick Park was lovely. So thanks to the group for that. So you're asking us to make an amendment to the work plan. Do you have something concrete that you were thinking of, or is it just to sort of have us give you the support?
I think it's the support. I think it's opening the conversation on a formal level, guided by the direction of council. There are certain, I mean, as I said, we've gone through the strategic plan, we've gone through the arts and culture master plan. We know in chatting with staff this week, they feel as though that ice pad study or the ice pad consultation that's coming forward will speak to some of that. I am here to ask for it to be formalized and have formal council support, that those conversations on some of the stuff we've already been working with on staff are supported at the highest level possible.
Thank you for that, Aaron, and you definitely have my support on that. So thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. Next is Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Aaron, thank you for coming to talk to us tonight. Really appreciate that. And you certainly have my support. I think that it is absolutely the place to call out that we want to work with TCP. We want to see you continue in this community, and personally a big fan of all your productions.
Thank you.
Mr. Weddington?
Yes, thank you. Just to acknowledge that from a staff perspective, we're very, very supportive of TCP. And as per the discussions that Aaron has acknowledged, part just to recognize is that item 137 is the study that we're undertaking on the recreation. And as we discussed with Aaron, is that they are a major important stakeholder within that process. And that process will start to define, because remember, there are 3 different options: Greenfield, WRC, or the old arena as alternatives. And that their facilities and their needs for long-term would flow very much into that. The recognition of adding to even reinforce it as a separate item, fine. It just recognizes that from our perspective, we're wanting to see this cultural initiative and long-term history with the municipality to continue to grow.
Thank you, Grant.
Thank you, Councillor Hman.
Thank you, through the mayor. I fully support that, Aaron. That's great to see where you've been at, and knowing that there's been conversations happening with staff. I think it would be absolutely great to have this added to the work program so council can have those updates and just see the progression of those conversations happening in real time with the work program. So it would be wonderful to see that added as an item. And I'm in full support of you continuing those conversations with staff to explore all the possibilities to keep our vibrant culture here in Wilmot.
Thank you, Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So just a little bit of a follow-up. So Mr. Winnington, yes, I do think that maybe perhaps either we modify the line 137 to include working with TCP, or add a separate line so that it is part of, and words can easily change, I get that, and work programs can change, budgets, all those kind of things. However, recognizing the impact of having it actually put down on paper, some sort of acknowledgement for TCP, I would appreciate that very much. And finally, to Mr. Fuchs, just kind of wondering, is there anything barring the work plan, just as you brought up some of the challenges you've had last year, is there anything that we can do from a council perspective to allow you better access to places within our township? I don't know enough, perhaps maybe Mr. O'Craftiger or Mr. Mullenhouse can help with some of those discussions, but is there places that are big enough that we can have a temporary change to allow some of these activities to happen because of COVID? And we're probably, going to have some heavy restrictions up until at least the fall, till people are vaccinated and all those lovely medical things that are happening. So is there something that you can at least maybe at a long meeting that we can maybe work with you on that, or at least let council know if there's something that you have maybe in the works?
Go ahead, Mr. Fuchs.
Okay, well, I wasn't sure whether that was more directed at me or staff, but I would say I know that our operations coordinators, so because TCP has continued to grow, the administration that's required with running an organization, an arts organization that transforms buildings, has become quite cumbersome on a lot of volunteers. So we now have a position that is operations coordinator, and I know that today she had a meeting with a number of staff members around how we can make our vision for outdoor theater also a reality. As much as I hope that we can always get staff support with the operationalizing of things as best we can. I don't know if it's necessarily a council support at this particular moment. I think this, when we went through the ICIP discussions with staff and we partnered in that application, we very quickly came upon strong supporters of TCP from a financial perspective. And so I think what particular wording would allow us to do is expedite something if there was partnership that all parties, TCP, arts and culture groups in the community, private donors, townships, that everybody could get on board with, putting it in a work program today would allow us to act quickly if we had to. And I know from certainty in that exercise we did a year and a half ago with ICIP that there is the support there on the proven model that we have.
Thank you. Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Having heard what the CAO has said and listening to what Aaron's saying, I think it is important that we do include a separate line item, recognizing, of course, that TCP is very much a stakeholder, a very important part of the ICE needs study. But aside from that, because we don't know which way that's going to go, I support the, I think that the wording that Mr. Fuchs has is effective in articulating what it is that we all want.
On the note, sorry, through you, Mayor Armstrong,
Yes.
would you like me to forward that wording on to somebody right now? I'm happy to do so.
I think the clerk would appreciate that.
You're getting a nod for that.
That's correct.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Yes, Mr. Fuchs, if you would like to forward that wording on to us, and then we can look at discussions with Mr. Whittington about and Ms. Jackson's about incorporating that into the work program.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I don't have a problem adding that onto the work plan too. TCP certainly adds a huge amount of culture to Wilmot, and to support them is really good. So thank you, Aaron, for bringing that up.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Mr. Whittington. I just want to double check on what we're adding to the work plan and what we're committing to, because as Aaron noted, there are quite a few procedures and steps to go through to commit to a capital expenditure. So to commit to a capital expenditure beyond what our broad range of consulting and strategic plans and rec and culture master plans and arts and culture master plans have already done. I'm guessing that's not what we're doing tonight, but I do want to be comfortable with the wording that we're vocalizing our support for TCP, that we're vocalizing our support for working alongside them to find a more permanent home, but that we're not committing to a standalone arts facility funded, in any way, shape, or form. Because I think everything that we're, that we're talking about is important, but I also just want to make sure what we're committing to and what we're setting into motion just to be prudent and to be consistent with, with policies and procedures and processes, and also, of course, to state that commitment to the process of working towards that. So I see the TCP president sort of nodding his head. So I think we're on the same page then.
Yep.
Ms. Middleholtz, before you speak there, Grant,
sure.
Ms. Middleholtz wants to.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So we do have some suggested wording that has come up, and if this is upon consensus from council, consultations with TCP regarding integrated theater production space, if that is an appropriate wording to use, if that encompasses what Mr. Fuchs is saying and is agreed upon by the consensus of council. We do have that prepared.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll also go on to say that, I mean, I think such a facility would be fantastic, and I think there's a potential for one. I just don't want to put the cart before the horse and make that financial commitment tonight. So.
That's true. Okay. Mr. Fuchs, you wish to speak again?
Sure. So I was just going to add through you to Councillor Gerber. I think the key in what I've suggested in the wording is in pursuit of. It's not a commitment to finding that. It's to have a discussion around that. It goes back to the crux of what we came together on in the ICIP application, that integrated piece, but then also realizing that through discussions we had this week with staff, we need to undertake as an organization, what do we want in our growth, right? Where are we going within Wilmot Township? And then I think there's also the opportunity through these discussions to talk about alternate community use, specifically for arts, culture, and heritage groups. And we have a lot of them in the township. So I think that it was my wording is more grounded in what we've already partnered on and recognizing TCP wants to grow, but there's also other community use that may benefit. And so if we would have a significant financial partner show up at the table with $5 million and say, we'd like to invest this into TCP and the community, if it's not anywhere, sometimes because of the limitations placed on staff through work programs and all those things, it's hard to have a conversation. So I'm asking for your support at the highest level.
Mr. Whittington?
I think we've kind of walked this through, but just when I put my hand up earlier, the recognition is that when we did the application, there was a moment in time and we all sat down and we worked on what was in front of us at that moment and what we felt was a successful application and the scale of what TCP was looking at. They have done quite a bit of reflection and review since, and they are wanting to refresh some of their overall long-term strategies. And we recognize that, and we're just saying, okay, then let's have those conversations because they're very healthy as part of the overall review of the facility planning that we are undertaking right now.
Mr. Fisher.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Gerber and his comments too, that I think it's important to explore options and support. Maybe the financial part would be discussed in one or two of the budget meetings coming up to where we can go that way too. So it's healthy discussion is important.
And that's definitely what we're looking for, because we definitely do support TCP because they have been a very large contributor to the community for a very long time. And we certainly appreciate that. And they do such great work and they are becoming renowned well outside the region of Waterloo. So that is very important. And we will definitely have that conversation. And I think as long as we add it to and make sure we do have the discussions, that's very important as well. So that will be done as we have decided, I think unanimously, that we do want to have the conversation and make sure that we are moving forward with the vision. Okay. So we will continue now. Are there any other comments or questions on the work program, past and present? Councillor Fisher.
I just have one question for the Director of Public Works. On page 92, under new initiatives, region asking for assistance with regional roads. Could you expand on that a little further?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, this is for winter control and what was an initiative where the region was looking at options for lower tiers to look after township roads during the winter season. Among other options as well, considering contracted services or staffing.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or Councillor Fanning?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I just had a question about the grant application for funding for the consultation with First Peoples Group. If Mr. Kelly could provide estimation of when we think we'll find out whether we got that or not.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. If I had a crystal ball, I would let you know, but I can let you know that we have, it's kind of a team-based approach between the clerk and director and curator Castle Kilbride put together the application. We did have a meeting with MP Tim Lewis regarding the application, hoping he can help, and he has been a strong advocate for the project and the application itself. Since that application is going through the Department of Canadian Heritage, that's helpful with his position on that standing committee. So we're hoping through his advocacy it can push it forward. I do have a follow-up call next week, I believe it is, with the funding agency just to go over some of the details of our application, which is a good sign that they want to speak to it further, but a firm date as to when we'll know, I can't give you that because nobody has that. So, but thanks for the question.
Councillor Gordick.
Mayor Armstrong, I just have a couple, so I'll do them just kind of together. So I noticed, unless it's the wording, this would be directed to Mr. Whittington. We haven't been receiving senior management updates, and I know probably because of COVID we're not, but I'm just curious as to perhaps because they're not on the work plan that I can see unless the wording is changed. Just wondering if that'll still continue to be something, because I'm assuming that because of COVID that we're not getting them, but we were getting the senior management team updates, but I don't remember them coming off. And so I'll let you answer that, and then I have another question.
Go ahead.
Yes, to respond to that question, yes, there has been impacts on COVID, but at the same time, I know that we're trying to move and get that back on stream. So I've just noted it down as a follow-up because I think we have the opportunity to do so.
And as I said, I'm not concerned. It was just it's not on the plan, so I wasn't sure if maybe the wording had changed and just trying to find it. There's a lot in there, right, to sort of not miss.
Yeah,
so
so true.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Mr. Kelly, just a quick one. We were getting monthly check listings. We haven't been receiving those. Is that something that stopped?
I wasn't aware it had stopped, so I can follow up with staff and corporate services and make sure you're getting them.
Thank you very much. And then finally, sorry, just the last one I think I have until I look again. This is under Ms. Middleholtz. Just a quick one. I understand that it was deferred because COVID, but line 30, item 38, page 83, the cannabis retail policy. I understand it's been deferred. I totally get it. But being that we now have 2 retail places open, I'm just kind of wondering if there's a timeline because it's sort of like the cart before the horse now. And just wondering if that's going to have any impact with the 2 stores that we have now had open.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So yes, you are correct. It was deferred due to COVID, and it was actually, I want to say, within 2 weeks after council approved its deferral in the last work program that we got our first notice of an application. So yes, that is something. You'll notice that it is marked for April, May, June, and it involves community consultation on that. And so yes, that is happening.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. And this is listed under senior management team, so I don't know who wants to take it. But under the 2020 work program, the corporate culture review was listed as delayed by the consultant. And for 2021, it's showing not scheduled until the end of the year. So the third quarter. Can anyone comment on why so late in the year? Or what, is there anything else any details we can hear about that?
Mr. Whittington?
All right.
Nope, you're on mute, Grant.
You just muted. Okay, there you go.
So I could probably tackle that one just through HR is kind of leading the process with the external consultant. We did speak with them late last year. They did recommend deferring till after COVID's kind of calmed down a little bit, hence why in the work program we pushed it back to late in the year, because we don't expect to be having much in person and normal services until later in the year. So that's based on Erica HR speaking with the external consultant and plan to ramp back up in September. If COVID calms down sooner than then, which would be great, we obviously kickstart the project again. I don't know if Grant, if you have anything to add to that.
No, no, that's exactly what the conversation that Eric has had with the consultant. Yes.
Councillor Hman.
Thanks for the mayor. I've just got a couple of notes here, so I'll just go one at a time. It seems to be our method this evening. The one thing, Mr. Whittington, that is not there is the motion for the carpool parking spots. And while it may seem like it wouldn't be used in COVID, it certainly is with people just wearing masks where they're going. I did see that the other motions that I brought to the floor have been included, but that one seems to have been missed. So I'm just wondering if you can comment on that and if it can be included in the work program.
Go ahead, Mr. Whittington.
I didn't catch the first part you were saying.
Oh, so the motion it was actually still when Mr. Nanskaville was still here, the carpool parking spots have not been installed at the rec complex. And even though I can understand why it got deferred in COVID, you would think, but I can attest that there are people who are still doing that. They just wear masks while they're traveling to work. So it would still be nice with our initiatives to have those installed. And it was a passed motion.
Yeah, I see the director of Parks and Facilities has her hand up. It would be part of Scott's list. I'll start with Sandy and then I can respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I believe that is the SMART something program. I apologize for not having the name off the top of my head. Smart commute program or something like that. I was having a difficult time finding a lot of details on that program. So I pushed it out. We will look at it again for the reasons that you were talking with respect to COVID. They are not recommending you commute together at this time unless you're masked, etc. So I did push it out and wanted to do some more research with the region to find out a little bit more about the program, and then was planning on potentially putting it back in next year's work plan. So I can add it back in this year. I'm just not sure there would be much progress on it right now. It would be a lower priority for sure right now, but definitely see the value in it for sure.
Thank you for that reply. Sort of follow up through the mayor. I still would appreciate it to be documented in it, even if that the deferral happens, but still we have a paper trail of it. So that would be appreciated.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you. And so that one, the one other piece then as well, Mr. Whittington, is it does not mention the Crime Prevention Committee on the work program either. I know we've delayed that a few times, but I have had members of the committee that were appointed have reached out, and as we've seen it being successful, we just had our first Castle committee, which was super exciting. So it's possible over Zoom, and it would be great to see that start to unfold. And I know there's lots of anticipation, so it would be nice to see that included as well.
Okay. I'll follow that up with the Director of Legislative Services on the timetable on that. Yep, got it.
Is that it, Councillor Hman? You have more?
Yes, no, I just didn't know what the response was. Sorry, did Ms. Middleholt say something about that?
No, she didn't.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Is there, so it's just getting added to the timetable?
Yeah.
Is that the plan? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. This one is just one I forgot to add. I just wanted to give a shout out to the fire services. The green light program, the signage has been a good hit, and we actually made the news last week about it. So I just want to say a big thank you. It was something I really thought was, I know it was probably everybody else's thought too, but just having those lights, letting people know that, that our volunteers need help to get to where they need to go to help us. So appreciate those signs, and thanks very much for that. That was it.
Did you want to comment, Chief?
Through you, Your Worship. Thanks, Councillor Gordick, for the little push to do that project. It's been really successful, and I just want to thank staff, notably two of our firefighters who put a lot of the videos together, and that's all been done internally with our resources. And yeah, it's been really successful. And then the news media, yeah, it's been really good. So thanks to staff for that great input too.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hman.
I'm sorry, I had one more thing on my list that I forgot to mention, so thank you through the mayor. I also noticed that the aggregate bylaw review wasn't added to the work program, so I don't know if the Director of Development Services can comment on that, or Mr. Whittington.
I was in the draft. I'll have to quick pull it up, but it's supposed to be there. I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, is it? Is it? Okay, I don't remember seeing it. Sorry.
I remember putting it in.
Okay.
Is it the, sorry, through you, Mayor Armstrong, item 290, are you speaking about Regional Waterloo Joint Agency Review Team for Aggregate Applications? Is that it or not? Nope, different one.
Different one.
Okay.
Sorry to chime in, but I think I've seen it. I think I'm pretty sure I saw it in there.
I know there's some numbering issues on the development services section where it doesn't have specific line numbers, but
So either way, if it's there and it's just the wording has been changed, when I did and I see Manager of Planning has a hand up there.
291 Zone 14 Extractive Industrial Zoning Category Review.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. I had too many things on my screen, so I had to.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, I see no further questions.
Oh, Jen has a number now.
Councillor Fenning, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I just had one final comment. You know, every year the staff puts a lot of hard work into putting this work plan together. And for everybody out in the community, I hope you take a look at it. I know it might seem like a lot of detail, a lot of things that you have to think about to figure out what it means. But this is the plan of what you can expect from the township for the year. And some of it has to get changed occasionally. Last year, a whole heck of a lot of it had to get changed. But I'm really happy to see a lot of great things in this work plan. And a couple things, you know, infrastructure is something that I'm always excited about and interested in, but most people don't get as interested in roads and sewers and all of that as I do. So a couple other things you might want to take a look at. Tree canopy policy. You know, we have the organization Let's Tree Wilmot. I think it's a really fantastic thing that it's called out in our work plan that we're going to be working with organizations like that. I think that it's a fantastic thing that we're talking about tree canopy and how we want to look at trees in our community. That's really important. HSEP, Health and Safety Excellence Program. You know, keeping our workers who serve this community safe is really important. So I'm very happy to see this on the work plan. And the Township Inclusivity and Diversity Advisory Committee. I think that has the potential to really impact life in our community positively. And the consultation with First Peoples Group as well. So take a look at the work plan. and think about how the projects on it are going to impact life in the community. Wilmot residents, this is what we're doing. Love to talk to you about it, and I'm sure most of the people here would love to talk to you about what they're doing on it.
Thank you, Councillor Fenning. It's good to point out that people have the opportunity to read it and see all the hard work that's ahead for the staff. And there is an awful lot on that work program and a lot of stuff that are going to keep them very busy. Okay. Seeing no further questions, the recommendation that the 2021 work program, as per the report dated March 22nd, 2021, submitted by the Chief Administrative Officer, be endorsed. And that is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the next item is the award for contract for an RFP for electronic agenda and meeting management. Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Electronic agenda and meeting management software has been steadily increasing in popularity throughout Ontario with municipalities of all sizes. Not only does this enhance the efficiency of meeting agenda preparation and the report approval process, compliance with AODA requirements is built into the online software, essentially automating our adherence to the legislation. As detailed in the report, in the current environment of virtual meetings, the ongoing pandemic and favorable public response to webcasting, staff included webcasting as part of the scope of work for this RFP. eScribe is a well-known supplier amongst municipal staff, and positive feedback about the company and product has been received. The product is flexible for council staff and the public, as it can be used on computers, tablets, and smartphones, compatible with iOS, Windows, and Android environments. Information and Legislative Services would be leading the rollout of the product, if approved, with eScribe. Though every department will be involved as the system will be set up, and then subsequent training. Council and committee members will receive training on the use of the product. eScribe has worked with eSolutions in the past. eSolutions is our website supplier. And integration of the product into the website will be part of the project rollout. The project is anticipated to take approximately 1.5 months to go live. I would be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Councillor Hman.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'm really excited to see this evening. When a few fellow councillors and myself attended the AMO, we attended a workshop which showed this as a way municipalities are moving forward. I think Mr. Whittington was actually there too with us. And it was really great to see. It was a really exciting, forward-thinking platform, and I think it'll save lots of time and resources for staff and council. So I'm in full support of this. It's great to see.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Ms. Middleholtz, do you have any idea the savings that this would incur for the township? Or is it just makes it user-friendly, more user-friendly?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So eScribe has prepared an ROI document for these purposes. That is not something that I have available to me right at this moment in time, so that's not information I have. Some of the savings that are part of this would have included calculation involving paper. We have for the most part, there's hardly anybody, just a few people who still receive their council packages in paper. Of those people, they're printing onto sometimes printing onto paper only that which they really need, as opposed to printing the whole thing. So a lot of those savings we have already incorporated. As far as the time that is involved in, Mr. Whittington's time in terms of approval, Miss Murray and my time in terms of putting everything together, the times when we have reports that are co-authored or are contributed to various different departments, those sorts of savings, I don't have that information. However, I can just say there are savings in those areas. Okay, but I can get that information for you.
So there are dollar signs, Councillor Fisher, but we just don't know how big they are. And seeing no further questions, the recommendation that RFP 2021-01 be awarded to East. Oh,
Sorry, Mayor, my apologies. I wasn't quick on the draw there. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Ms. Middleholt. The price, just curious, is there a subscription, an ongoing, since Mr. Council Fisher brought up the cost? Is this a one-time thing, or will there be an annual subscription so that to keep updates or whatever comes with the scribe?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So Mr. Kelly always helps with the financial state or the financial considerations portion of this. And in that he did comment on the approximate ongoing costs. So on page 3 of the report, near the bottom, the very last paragraph, it does mention what those annual subscription rates are for this. And that would be incorporated then into the operating budgets year over year. I'm not sure if Mr. Kelly wishes to add anything more.
Just going to say under IT services. That's how I would have finished your sentence, but it was perfect. Thanks.
So close. Thank you.
okay, thank you. We'll do a bit of a pause to see if anyone else has any questions. Okay, the recommendation that RFP 2021-01 be awarded to eScribe for the provision of electronic agenda, meeting management, and webcasting online modules and services as per their proposal submitted on February 10, 2021 in the amount of $34,675 plus HST. That is moved by Councillor Hallman, Councillor Gordick. All in favor? Carried. Next item is the automated speed enforcement program. Mr. Molyneux.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is seeking endorsement of the second automated speed enforcement location for Wilmot Township. The first location endorsed in 2020 was the New Dundee Public School on Bridge Street, as council may remember. Installation is set to occur at that location at some point this spring. Through the 2021 regional budget process, the program was expanded to include one additional location in each lower tier jurisdiction subject to lower tier council endorsement. As such, staff are recommending the second location for endorsement on Snyder's Road West at Sir Adam Beck Public School in Baden. I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Councillor Fisher.
Through you to Mr. Molyneux. Pretty excited to see this. I was actually hoping the first one would have went in there, but I think one of the things with this is you're almost hitting 2 schools at one time with the speed zone, which is pretty attractive to me. So one question for you, will it be enforced 24/7, or are these speed signs just when schools are operating?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, the intention for these enforcement boxes, more or less, is that they will be present and it will be enforceable, we'll say throughout the day and throughout the year. They are different, obviously, from our speed signs or the radar speed display signs that we have, in the sense that it is a more or less a camera within a box that takes pictures of vehicles. So it presents much differently. It certainly looks much differently. It presents much differently than our radar speed display signs, and it will be present throughout the day and throughout the year.
Thank you. Councillor Gordick.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong, Mr. Mullenhouse. I appreciate that there's 2 other options available if and when. I just wondered if that numbering system that's in the report is the assumed assignment of them. And if so, then I would like to sort of take a look at changing it from Waterloo Oxford, being that there's already going to be one on Schneider's Road. I'm thinking that perhaps the Forest Glen, because again, it's younger students and the hazard there. I'm just asking if it is sort of like you put the numbering system as just a guideline, or if it's movable so that we can move Forest Glen to 3rd versus 4th. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, absolutely. The number 3 and 4 locations, we left those to be considered for endorsement at a future time. What we wanted to see for Snyder's Road West was that the Sir Adam Back Public School station was implemented first, just to see what sort of range, I guess you'd say, we would get with the enforcement location. And then we would kind of consider the number 3 and 4 options from there. We did initially propose 2 locations on Snyder's Road West with our consultation with the region, just through discussion with them. However, those last 2 locations certainly are open for further discussion, and we can certainly revisit not only the 3rd and 4th timing, but we could also look at different locations as well. I think there's 3 or 4 other schools that may be good candidates within the township that we could also consider. You may recall that these were also presented in the first report in 2020, so they are presented in the same order that we did present last year.
Okay, thank you. And driving at the east end or west end of Baden today, there looks like the region was there erecting a post, and I would assume it's for the warning sign that goes up 3 months prior. So that's a good sign. They've already anticipated our decision. So seeing no further questions, the recommendation that report 2021-04 regarding the automated speed enforcement program, update and endorsement of additional locations be received for information, and that Snyder's Road West or Adam Beck Public School be endorsed as the 2nd program location within the Region of Waterloo program. And that is moved by Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next report is the surface treatment program. Mr. Mullenhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This report is recommending award of contract for the annual surface treatment program to Cornell Construction. The contract work will include Nafziger Road, south of Bleams Road, and Wilby Road from Sandhills to Nafziger. The contract amount is $286,000 plus HST. I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Seeing no questions, recommendation that RFT 2021-05 be awarded to Cornell Construction Limited of Brantford, Ontario for the annual surface treatment program as per their bid submission dated March 3rd, 2021 in the amount of $286,054 plus HST. That is moved by Councillor Gordick, Councillor Hman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is the Mornington Communications. Mr. Molyneux.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This report seeks authorization to enter into a municipal access agreement with Mornington Communications. This agreement sets a non-exclusive broad framework for future installation projects that Mornington may wish to pursue in Wilmot Township. It outlines roles and responsibilities for both parties to allow for installation of telecommunications plant and approvals, as well as access to the township's right-of-way for this third-party infrastructure. Access agreements of this nature are recommended and considered best practice between municipalities and telecom utility providers based on the CRTC and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. It is widely used in the region, particularly in the areas of larger telecom utility activity. Other utility providers that we have operating in the township are working from legacy documents or memorandums of agreement that we currently use to navigate our relationship of approvals. But we are currently in the process of updating their documentation to this municipal access agreement form as well. But that certainly is in process and takes a bit longer considering the other players involved with those particular discussions. Council may be aware of Mornington and their presence certainly in Perth East and Wellesley Township. So we're encouraged that this agreement can allow for future expansion projects by Mornington within Wilmot. While this agreement does not have specific projects associated with its approval, it does create a suitable framework for Mornington to proceed with project applications and plant expansion in Wilmot Township at their discretion and subject to township staff technical approvals. So I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any.
I see no questions. It's always good news when communications people want to help, are interested in coming our way. Okay, recommendation that report 2021-06 be received for information and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into a municipal access agreement, MAA, with Mornington Communications Cooperative Limited. That is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Hman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is the cooperative contract pavement markings. Mr. Molyneux.
Finally tonight, this report for pavement markings, it seeks authorization to join the regional cooperative contract for line pavement markings for a period of 1 year. The contractor currently holding this co-op purchase contract is Guild Electric Limited, and that is the recommendation through this report that we enter into that cooperative agreement with them. Line pavement markings are completed largely in the rural wards with some program expansion this year into the urban wards. It is completed in accordance with the Ontario Traffic Manual requirements for pavement markings, and line types and locations are based on set criteria that are found within those Ontario traffic manuals. Through this joint purchasing discussions that we've had recently in the last few years, it was identified that this term contract was available for us to utilize and for staff to utilize to continue on with maintenance and operations programs. Our previous term contract expired at the end of last year, so we felt this was good timing to we'll say test drive one of these types of cooperative maintenance contracts for the 2021 year. So our participation for this term will only be for this year, for 2021, and then we will look to something similar, hopefully in 2022 and beyond, and particularly hoping for a term contract, certainly of a longer duration than just a single year. So we're happy that this contract was available for us to join with, and I certainly can ask or answer any questions that you might have about this particular term contract.
Thank you, sir. And I see no questions. It's obviously a good opportunity to work together with others. Recommendation that council approve a participation in the cooperative tender with the Grand River Cooperative Purchasing Group, GRCPG, for supply and placement of pavement markings by Guild Electric Limited for a term of 1 year from April 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. That is moved by Councillor Gordick, seconded by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next is a zone change application. Mr. Ografka.
I'll maybe take this one. Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This application deals with 18 Hink Street. Council will recall a public meeting in October of last year dealing with this application. Since that time, the applicant has been working through some of the concerns raised and providing information to address that. One of those items was completing a site survey to determine the exact limits of the property and proximity of structures on adjoining properties. And the other piece was preliminary engineering to look at lock grading and drainage related matters, including the location of snow storage and how drainage can be addressed on the property without impacting neighboring properties. And this application proposes reductions to setbacks in the zoning to implement development that the zoning contemplates already. The current property is developed with a single detached dwelling, and the proposal is to remove that structure and replace it with a semi-detached dwelling potentially containing accessory dwelling units, so apartments within that structure, and also proposing a future severance that could be developed with a single detached dwelling that would potentially also have an accessory dwelling unit. Those uses are contemplated and permitted within Zone 3. And this application looks at some reductions to property line setbacks and lot area requirements to implement that. Certainly, there were some concerns raised through the public meeting, and those concerns and written responses are included within the report. Since the timing of this report, there were 2 additional written submissions provided that I believe have been provided to council as well. Ultimately, the report outlines those concerns into categories, and briefly I'll go through those. The first item dealing with land use compatibility and appropriateness for the development, and as discussed earlier, the zoning for this property already contemplates the uses permitted. So in theory, this property right now could have a semi-detached dwelling constructed on it if the setbacks were to be compliant. And that structure could include accessory apartments. As council will recall, last year, the zoning bylaw was updated to implement provincial requirements that also require municipalities to allow singles, semis, and townhomes to not only have accessory apartments within the building, but also within an accessory structure. So in theory, then, this property could currently under the zoning be developed with a semi-detached dwelling and an apartment, so that'd be 4 units. And each of those halves of the semi-detached dwelling could in theory have a unit within a detached structure as well, bringing that up to a total of 6 units. With the current layout, certainly the parking constraints and property sizes wouldn't accommodate those accessory buildings. But it's just simply to comment that the density proposed here is essentially up to 6 units, which is already contemplated by the zoning. Simply the configuration of the property requires the amendments proposed in order to implement the development. So that as far as land use compatibility, certainly staff would suggest that the zoning contemplates the use and it's appropriate for the property. Building location and setbacks was another area that was of concern. I touched on that briefly. Essentially, the one concern from a neighboring property was the proximity of this building to their residence. And as it's as identified on the site plan attached to the report, the survey completed certainly identifies that that existing structure is very close to the property line. But the development proposed doesn't propose a reduction in that setback. So the structure as located on that site plan achieves the requirements of the zoning, and no reductions are proposed as it relates to that neighboring property. Behind the property, at the rear yard of the proposed semi-detached dwelling, there's a pool in the adjacent property, and some concerns were brought up with relation to the setback to that pool. Should this property not be severed and a semi-detached dwelling simply constructed on this property, the setbacks currently proposed by this setback would meet the zoning requirements. The reduction proposed only takes effect when the severance is implemented. Essentially, what is considered to be a side yard would become the rear yard should the lot be severed. So simply stated that the development kind of it complies with the current zoning requirements, but this proposed amendment would essentially reflect what could occur if a severance were to proceed in the future. Certainly the setbacks proposed are consistent with a number of residential neighborhoods. There's a range of side yard setbacks and front yard setbacks, and staff would suggest that the proposed reductions are consistent with the range of setbacks present on this street and in other residential neighborhoods. And the last section, specifically speaking, was traffic and parking being of concern in this area. I'll speak firstly to the parking aspect. The site plan proposed there were some modifications since the initial proposal in October. At that time, tandem parking spaces were proposed for all 3 parking spaces. The development concept has been modified so that 2 are tandem and 1 is independent. The provincial policies, when it speaks to accessory dwelling units, allows that tandem spaces be provided, and it also dictates that only 1 space can be required for those accessory dwelling units. So essentially 3 spaces provides 2 for the main unit and 1 for the accessory unit, and that is the maximum that provincial policies would allow municipalities to implement. So the site does provide ample off-street parking to meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw. As in any residential neighborhood where parking is permitted on street, certainly individuals may choose to do that, but there is sufficient parking provided on the site to achieve the zoning requirements, and on-street parking, if a concern, would be an enforcement matter like any other residential neighborhood. There were some concerns about existing traffic, specifically the daycare across the street, and parking that's already occurring in the no parking zone. And similarly with that comment, enforcement becomes the issue that needs to be addressed. And certainly providing required parking on a property would suggest that there's an opportunity not to park on the street. But if it does occur and traffic becomes a concern, certainly enforcement is the avenue that would need to be addressed through. I believe that summarizes the comments at this point. I know that the applicant's consultant is here to speak further if necessary, and I know there are some delegations. So I will leave my brief summary at this point, but certainly am available for any questions that come up.
Thank you, Andrew. So we will hear from the delegations. First up is Carrie Nelms. Good evening,
there.
Carrie. You
Hi
may
there,
go.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay,
And
I
watch.
have a presentation.
Okay, so you watch the deputy clerk. She'll warn you when you have your 2 minutes up.
Okay, I'll probably need that. Thank you. Okay, so Mayor Armstrong Council, we're asking you to do the right thing for all the neighbors and the developers. When we look at, you know, the sort of hashtag for Wilmot, it's Wilmot Stronger Together. And together, I'm hoping that we can come to some sort of resolution in light of everything. Next slide, please. Thank you. Your vote really matters, and your vote matters here to all of the residents in Wilmot Township, and I'll tell you why in the next slide. It matters because when you buy property in the township because you love it, you do your research in the neighborhood, but you don't expect a single family dwelling in an established neighborhood, and I wanna just talk about that. So Hink Street is a very long street, and the part of the street that we're talking about today is definitely you know, single family dwelling. It's a very established neighborhood, and you know, there's a lot of old houses and things like that. The middle of the street are factories, and then there's apartments way down at the other end. So I just wanted to sort of pontificate that point. And then, you know, a 6-unit development going in next door. So what does that say? All current and future residents of the township should be aware that the home beside them could be knocked down and completely change their neighborhood and their enjoyment of their homes. That's not a great message to people wanting to come to Wilmot, to the existing residents. You know, the sort of perception is that, you know, 18 Hink Street's a cash grab rather than a safe, strong, welcoming place, you know, that cares for its history and its existing residents. We need to feel like we matter. And then personal privacy and safety of residents could be at risk by developers with a general disregard for rules, the community, and its values, just so they can profit. Next slide, please. So my biggest question is, how many minor variances and changes make a major change? So the plot of land beside my house, 9 feet away as it stands right now, from my living room where I'm speaking to you, is asking for a lot. So I know there's planning rules. You know, I was a reporter. I covered city council for 7 years, and I understand, you know, that, you know, these changes, you know, are made for certain reasons. But why are the planning rules there? And it just seems like variances is just asking for special dispensation when none of the other neighboring properties have any special dispensations in this process. So I find that a little bit alarming. You know, it shouldn't be predicated on the amount of revenues developers can generate for themselves. And they've demonstrably bullied and impacted the safety of New Hamburg residents already, and already ignored the rules of the township. And I'll get into that in then probably the next slide. So is this a square peg into a round hole situation? So there's a plot of land, and it seems to me that they're looking to put as many things, as many residences to generate profit for themselves into this little plot of land, and asking for, you know, the size of the house to be smaller, you know, compared to planning. So it's really disconcerting that this has happened. So what does this say to the residents? The current planning rails don't matter because they can all be changed. This isn't a variance. Like, this isn't about someone's shed being moved. This is a big material change to the neighborhood, that the intent isn't to have a small town community feel. You know, earlier tonight, you know, the person talking about walking, you know, and looking at the foxes and looking at things like that. We have trees here that are well over 100 years old. We have robins that, you know, nest in all of our lights. We have bees that are phenomenal. We have a lot of things just in this little area, you know, and they're taking down the trees. And, you know, I heard Councillor Fenning earlier talk about Let's Tree Wilmot and the tree canopy. Well, it looks like they're taking down every single tree next door, you know, so it's like, great. So we're going to talk about, let's put new trees there, but what about the existing trees? But that isn't my main concern, and I don't want to go off on a tangent. You know, we want to feel like we matter, that our voice matters, and we want the same small town community that we bought our houses in. So, you know, I think it's really, really important that we do that. Next slide, please. So I love New Hamburg. I moved here 3.5 years ago. I moved here because 7 years ago, I bought a house with somebody that had a mental health issue that we didn't know about, and he got violent and punched me, and I left 20 minutes later. I lost everything that I've ever worked for in my life. And I wanted to feel safe, so I came to New Hamburg to feel safe. My house is on a corner lot. The train is in front of me. My neighbors with the pool are, you know, they're set back from my house. I don't see them. You know, the neighbors across the street, Krista, wonderful people, really good people. And then the people in 18 Hinks Street had been there for 30 years, a great family. You know what? Things change. I get it. But my safety is now at risk with this development. My personal feelings, like, this is awful. But I want to tell you why I love New Hamburg. I love that my first day here, I saw a group of small children playing outside without parents. You know, I call them the street toughs. They're like 7 years old. There's no parents. It was a really wonderful thing to see. I saw a couple on a mobility scooter that were probably 80+ years old, laughing as they're both sitting on the scooter, bombing down the street. It was wonderful for my first week here. I thought, you know what, I'm home in the first week. I love that Nith Valley Butcher keeps lemon tarts for me every week for my 83-year-old mother who has Alzheimer's and only likes their lemon tarts. They also have the best bacon, let's be fair. I like when I broke my arm in the summer that the GoCo team helped me open cans and fix the Velcro on my sling when I broke my arm. I like that Cindy from the New Hamburg Vet Clinic came to my house when my Hurricane Katrina rescue dog had to be put down. And then she called me a few days later to see how I was coping. I love the two Kathys from Scour & Decorating and Kathy Jordan Design. They always spend time with me, helping me solve design issues for my century home. I love that the home hardware in town is truly a wealth of knowledge, and I go in not knowing any of the language or anything, and I always walk out with the right thing. And oddly, they have everything like toothpicks. I love that I can get fish and chips on Friday from Scranton Dram in a literal 5 minutes. I love that the trails are so amazing that someone's carved a seat from a stump. I love that there's roller skating on Friday nights. I love that Nithy's Emporium sponsors a virtual Pokemon Go gym for kids, you know, at a cost to themselves. And I'm not a kid, but I play. I love the Remembrance Day events that we have. They're so heartfelt. It is a really beautiful ceremony, and it is phenomenal feeling walking out of there feeling a part of something. I love the dog park. I love that Pixie is the real owner of the dog park, and she's, you know, super small. I love the tennis courts, the rivers, you know, I love the trout. I love Adam Brenner's place. I love my neighbors who are quiet, respectful, and care. And the residents give so freely when I was collecting items for the homeless. And just the offers to help people during COVID were phenomenal. I love New Hamburg. But now I do not feel safe, and this isn't what I signed up for. Next slide, please.
You're getting close to your time.
So my house is up for sale. I'm leaving New Hamburg 100% because of this development. I have nowhere to go as of now. I can't buy back into the market. I do not believe the developer will respect the neighbors during construction or demolition. I cannot afford my livelihood to be threatened because I work from home. I still chose to speak today because I care. Next slide, please. So to put things in perspective, my backyard apparently, even though it's growing into a tree, is not 9 feet, it's 6 feet. So the car will be 6 feet from my living space, not my hallway, my living room, my dining room, my bedroom, and everything else. The image I have to the right quickly is the appropriate viewing distance for watching television. It's 8 feet. There will be someone 6 feet away from all of my windows. I can't possibly live like that. Next slide, please.
You're at your time.
I just want to say that I've been bullied already by the developer. I am concerned about what happens during construction. My very last slide in the deck, I'm asking you not to sever the property. There's a video here of how they parked beside a no parking sign overnight. You can see the traffic issues. Their driveway is bare. They're not even parking in their own driveway. They don't care. There was wood hanging out on the road. I had to text Corey and say, you know what, that's super dangerous. They did take care of it right away, but this is not okay. So people matter. We need your help. The other neighbors on the other side of the property have given me permission to let you know, they are not speaking tonight, to let you know, Mark and Gloria, that they are also moving. This is just unacceptable. This is, you know, I understand if this was the side of my house, I'd understand. If this was, you know, 2 properties, I understand, but 6, I didn't sign up for this. And my house is for sale and I'm leaving. And I really want to thank you for 3.5 wonderful, wonderful years in New Hamburg. So thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions. Our next delegation is Craig Nichols and Cindy Moser.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Craig, and you have 10 minutes, and watch the deputy clerk for your 2-minute warning.
Okay, so first of all, I'm just trying to collect myself from hearing my neighbor speak. I'm angry. I'm upset. But I'm going to just dive into it. You have to understand that I moved to New Hamburg for privacy, small town privacy. I have 3 teenage daughters here. We bought this property because of the pool. Sure, if you look at all the diagrams and everything, but when I walk to my back fence, I can touch that house with my hand by reaching over the existing property. When I bought this house, I accepted that because I didn't see any windows that somebody could peer into my teenage daughters in their bathing suits. Now, some guy who's just trying to make $1 wants to put 6 more families looking at my teenage daughters. I beg you, if this was your property, what would you do? How would you vote? Never mind that. There's all these concessions about putting up a fence. How are you going to put up a fence to demolish a house that is in arm's length from my pool? I have talked to several friends that build pools. They said you're going to have to put a retaining wall in, meaning he's going to have to put a retaining wall in. But years down the road, maybe right as they dig out that foundation, your pool could be gone. The reason I bought this property was for that pool. Who's going to pay for that if my pool disappears? If my cement cracks? Do you think the home builder's going to give a care? I don't think so. I don't know what legalities that would be. Never mind with the damages during the renos. That house has been here since the 1800s. Is there asbestos? Is there lead paint? Where's that lead paint going to go? My pool? My windows? My kids are going to breathe it? There's too many factors for you to ignore this vote. You know, we moved here for this as supposed to be our forever home. And we may have to move because of the privacy. We have dealt with issues with the home builder's son apparently living there, having parties there. That's just one group of people. You had 6, obviously going to be low income. So I don't know. There's so many things I want to say, and I don't know if I'm getting my point across. You know, I may have to move because somebody wants to get a little richer. And all I'm saying is when you go to vote, if I don't know how this whole process goes, but you need to vote as if this is being put beside your property with your teenage daughters. How do you think you would feel? I had no idea I would be this emotional, but I'm angry, and I can't believe that this is actually possibly going to be done with all these variances. That hey, let's the policies, not the policies, the guidelines on where you can put a property, and he wants to basically say, no, forget that. We're going to get a variance put in so we can actually be closer to the pool, closer to our sanctuary. Our paradise is my backyard, and he wants to get rid of that and move it closer so I can have 6 people, 6 families staring at my teenage daughters. I don't know if there's anything else I can say. All I'm saying is my teenage daughters, my privacy, the damage to the pool, that I could lose my pool, the lead paint, the possible asbestos, who knows? There's been, at the beginning, the manager of planning gentleman was speaking about, I never got any of this. Anything that he said, I don't know what the home builder was talking about, but I think my concern is as soon as this building starts to come down, if you came to my backyard and saw how tall that building is, there's no way that someone can guarantee that part of that house isn't going to either take out my fence or fall into my pool. I welcome you to come to my backyard. Have a look at it. I don't know what to say. You can't allow this to go through. And like I said, you need to vote like this is your property and your teenage daughters, so that some home builder who bought a property think he's going to make a quick buck. This New Hamburg lifestyle that we live in, the small community, everybody helps everybody. My neighbors 2 doors over, they have a birthday, they bring me birthday cake. My neighbor makes the most amazing apple crisp pie that I just got out of the blue. And now my neighbor has her house up for sale. Who's to say the home builder doesn't buy her house? Oh, let's, instead of putting 6 in, let's put 15 houses here so I can make a quick buck. You can't allow it. You need to vote like it's your house. That's all I got to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Right. Thank you, Craig. Well, the next delegation is Sam. Does he wish to speak? Sam Hurd.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Sam.
Well, good. I appreciate the comments from the residents, but as Andrew has indicated, the uses are permitted in your zoning bylaw. And we're looking for some minor variances to allow these uses to proceed on the property. I've been working with Andrew to address the parking issues and all the other issues that were addressed by the community in the past. And I think we've done that. We're not trying to change the neighborhood that much. There's single family on the street. There's mixes of other uses down the street, and we're putting in semi-detached and single family. These things are pushed by the provincial policy statements and your official plan and the zoning bylaw. We're looking for minor variances. We're not looking for major changes to the zoning. The old house will be removed and the new house will be further away from the pool than it is now. The old house is close to the property line, as the previous responder has indicated, but the new houses will be further away from the pool. We propose that a new fence will be put in for privacy as well. So we're basically following provincial policy and asking for something that's permitted already with some minor variances. And I support the recommendations from staff, and I would appreciate council support as well. I'm here to answer any questions of council at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. And I don't see any questions. We do have one more delegation. Dan Fleischman.
Hello?
Dan, yes, welcome.
You can hear me?
10, yes, you have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Watch the deputy for your 2-minute warning.
I'll be less than that.
Okay.
So I moved to New Hamburg 7 years ago from Kitchener, where I grew up. I had to get away from the city. There's too many people, too many big buildings being built around. So I found this little property in New Hamburg here. I got almost a half an acre. I've got 2 young boys that live with me, my wife. We love it here. We've got a beautiful private yard. We're 2 houses up from this development. We have amazing neighbors on both sides. Our one neighbor is doing all kinds of renos to increase their property value and make it perfect for their family to grow. We're doing renos here. We'd like to keep going on and make New Hamburg a nicer place. We love the community. The neighbors are the best here. Mark and Gloria now are being pushed away by this because they don't want that next door to them. Now we got the neighbors on the other end moving. This is just not what the neighborhood was when we moved here. And, you know, I can understand trying to make money. No matter what you do, that's why we invest in something. So I can appreciate the developer and what they want to do. It's just, they knew the size of this lot when they bought it. And over 2 years ago, this was for sale, this property. And developers looked at it and they walked away because it's not suitable for enough development to justify their profit that they wanted. So then it went for sale again, and this developer bought it, which is fine. I think it'd be perfect as a semi-detached property, and it would be a reasonable thing to request. But severing it and building a 6 unit in that small parcel of land when they knew what they were getting just is unacceptable. Like now with Mark and Gloria moving and the other one, I can understand the point. Why not just join them all together and build an apartment like at the other end of Hickston? Like, what are they going to ask from council next? I don't know. If this keeps going like this, I'm going to have to move and leave New Hamburg too. And I truly wanted to live here the rest of my life. And it's just quite disappointing. So all I can do is echo my neighbor's comments and ask council to consider what they're doing as if they lived right here, what they would want. So thank you for your time and good night.
Thank you, Dan. See no questions. Okay. Craig and Cindy, you wish to come back?
Thanks for hearing us again, Mr. Mayor and Council. A little bit more composed, a little bit. The other thing that, you know, when the developer's friend came on, you know, one of the nice neighborly things that of New Hamburg, if somebody wanted to do something, wouldn't you go ask your neighbor, right? Not once, not one door knock, and I'm always home. Okay, because of COVID, I'm always home. Not once did anybody come and say, hey, we're thinking of this. Can we maybe do this, maybe do that? What are your ideas? What are your thoughts? Right? Not one person came to me. And you hear that he wants to do a fence? What fence? He wants to take my fence down and put a bigger one? I'm a little confused on that. So I'm just perplexed on the whole ordeal. I've had, you know, since 7 o'clock, I've been listening to the whole council meeting, and I'm having a little bit of anxiety in this whole process. And like I just said before, thank you for hearing me, but you got to vote like it's yours, like it's your property, it's your pool, and your teenage daughters. And that's about it. So thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Okay, open questions to council. Councilor Gordick.
Mayor Armstrong, to either Mr. Kafka or Mr. Martin. Just because of the questions keep being raised, so Mr. Head had said that he's actually extending the backyard because the original house that's there is set back further. So the original home is closer to the property line of the fence where the pool, on the pool side. He's actually bringing the property further up, so their backyard there'd be more space between the pool and the fence. Is that correct?
Through your Armstrong, yes, that is correct. So the current home sits very close to the property line. The proposed setback is greater than what the zoning bylaw would require pre-severance. So if they were to simply build a semi-detached dwelling, it could be as close as 2 meters to the property line. And they're proposing, I believe it's 4, it's on the site plan, but basically achieving greater than the minimum requirements. The reason it's proposed as a variance is if the lot is severed, that then becomes a rear yard setback, which is greater. So the proposed setback is in relation to the building post severance.
So sorry, Mr. Martin, go ahead.
No, as I say, the short answer is yes, the building is going to be further from the property line than the existing home.
Okay. So just to follow up, because there seems to be Ms. Nelms was speaking to the issue with regards to that we can just willy-nilly come in and make variances and stuff. I'm wondering if you can speak to that because it obviously is a concern when people have the house up for sale, what's going to go up next door to them based on just anybody can apply for a variance. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that a little bit to answer why we allow them. What's the point of having rules if we can just automatically change them or perceived to be automatically just go and ask council to change them?
Certainly, through Mayor Armstrong. So the distinction here is that there are a number of requests being proposed, and that is why this has come through a zoning amendment application to give council the opportunity to review the implications of the reductions. Certainly the term minor variance has been brought forward, and this isn't a minor variance application. We looked at this cumulatively, thinking that the impact ultimately, the proposal is basically determining whether it's appropriate to also have a single detached dwelling on the property or not. So it's not ultimately, at the end of the day, we're not really contemplating whether a semi-detached dwelling with accessory apartments can be built. We're contemplating whether it's appropriate to have a separate lot with a single detached dwelling on it with potentially an apartment. So because the implications of the setback reductions ultimately result in whether a new lot can be created or not, staff felt it was appropriate to proceed with having this application considered through an amendment to the zoning bylaw. So this is the avenue. Certainly the opportunity to amend the bylaw provides the opportunity for public input and for council to give consideration to the comments received. Staff are here to basically provide a land use planning perspective when having heard concerns from residents, looking at applicable policy documents and other accompanying information. And the determination that staff have provided in our report is that ultimately at the end of the day, the reductions are appropriate for this property, and the development is consistent with land uses that are already permitted in the area.
Well, just a bit of follow-up. Can I just, and we, again, maybe perhaps it's the language I'm misunderstanding some of the residents. The home that's being potentially put in is a single family home. There is though, however, the potential that like other units that are other homes that a granny flat, as they like to call them, can be put into that single family home, correct? Is that why they're saying potentially 6? Is that where that language is coming from?
Yeah, through your Mayor Armstrong. So yes, so the one building is a semi-detached dwelling each side with an apartment, so that's 4 units. And then on a separate lot, a single detached dwelling with an accessory apartment is proposed, which would bring that up to 6. And what I indicated at the outset is that the policies that council approved in the updates to the zoning bylaw that implement provincial policies basically would allow this property to have a semi-detached dwelling with basement apartments. And then in theory, with a reorientation of the building on this property, each half of that semi could then also have an accessory building with an apartment in it. So the current zoning contemplates 6 units. As proposed in this configuration, that wouldn't work. But the idea of having 6 units on this property is something that's already contemplated by the zoning. The configuration of those units is certainly proposed to be changed with the creation of a new lot. But certainly, yes, the 6 units in this current is a semi-detached dwelling with ultimately 4 units and a single with 2.
Carrie, you wish to address again?
Oh, I do. So in terms of the severance, so it's pretty much the whole footprint that they're asking for variances, if I read the documentation correctly, including having a smaller footprint for that house itself, as well as, like all of the setbacks and everything else. It's literally the whole project. They want a variance on everything for that, so they can fit the square peg into the round hole or vice versa. And that's where I have difficulty. Like, it is not, like, this is not, like I said earlier, this is not moving a shed. This is, how many minor variances make a major change? Like, I just don't I just can't fathom, like if you were, sewing at something and, and your output was going to be something. And then you're like, you know what, I'm going to change it this way, that way, and everywhere else. And then all of a sudden it doesn't fit. Then how can we do that with planning? Like the other neighbors, Mark and Gloria, that are moving, they've been here 30 some odd years. Like, and now literally right beside their property, there's going to be something that, even if you look at your planning rules and guidelines and everything else, states that wouldn't happen unless they ask for special dispensation by these variances to make it all work. Like, it is the footprint of the home. It is the surrounding area. Like, I can't, I can't even, like, it's just so shocking, I think, that you moved to this small town. And, everybody tonight, they were emphatically talking about what a community we are and what a small town and everything else. And even, the branding, the new branding coming out. What do we want to be known as? What is the end goal? Like, that was lovely that that person read that out. That was what I thought I was buying into. That's what I believed and still believe New Hamburg to be. But it's just really sad that this happens for all of the residents. And, Mark and Gloria, 30 years, and they're going to be squashed in there. Myself, like, I have to leave. Like, I can't. And, apart from, my personal situation, nobody wants to have people pull their car up 6 feet from their house and then get out of their car, chit chat, whatever. The snow thing that they have now put in is at the very back of the property, which is great. But I don't know about you, but when I shovel my driveway, I certainly don't shovel to the very back of my property. I shovel to the side and whatever's easiest. I know you guys, look after drainage and all that. And I have to say that Andrew, I spent an hour on the phone with him late on a Friday, and he was phenomenal, answered all my questions. I don't know anything about planning. When Craig from next door said, like, I don't even know what you're talking about and things, like, there is language that was used tonight that we can't possibly understand because it's not our wheelhouse. Looking at plans, like, I'm grateful that I've had this experience because I've learned so much about things. And I know wherever I end up out of the township, wherever I end up, that, I'm going to look at the zoning, I'm going to look at the planning. When I looked at this street and realized that it was single family dwellings for quite a distance, that had a gym in the middle and had a factory in the middle, and then, was a different kind of place. On the other, like on the bottom part of the street, I thought, this is wonderful. This is a wonderful community. And I am so sad that I literally feel like I am being forced out. I've spent a lot of time in my home. The outside is not pretty, but I love my home. I felt safe here, and I do not want someone 6 feet away from me. And what if they put lights? I asked Andrew, could they put a light on the side of the house? So now if there's a motion detector for parking, that's going to glare in my windows all the time. And if there's a spotlight, they've had a spotlight on their garage on 24 hours a day. I see it in my kitchen. I see it in my upstairs bedroom all the time. The fact that they can't even follow basic rules and they park illegally, and all the neighbors are, unfortunately I ran out of time, but that video shows they parked literally beside that. They don't care. They knocked on my door. The surveyors, I was working from home. I work from home. I have my own little business and I work from home. And I was presenting to professors at Waterloo University at the time, and there was a knock at my door, and a surveyor wanted to go into my backyard. I said, I'm sorry, no. My backyard's 2 feet from where I work. My dog would, how could I present, right, with someone that close? And so I think it was a couple days later, I got a text from Corey saying, if you don't let me in your backyard, we're going to knock down your fence. And I was thrown by that. Like, he didn't say, is it okay if someone goes in your backyard, or when is an appropriate time? And I said to him, all you need to do is give me a heads up. Like, that is it, and that's in my thing. So what happens when construction happens? Like, are the neighbors going to be looked after? I don't think so. They left their garbage beside my fence for 9 weeks. And I did, text Corey and mention it to him, and it did get thrown out the next day, but there was people coming and going there all the time. And, the garbage was there. That is one of our concerns. And, Andrew said that's not something that you can do anything about. So realistically, you know, with everything that I've heard, my conversations with Andrew, who is a wealth of knowledge and a good person, I understand there's not much that you can vote on around the duplex, which is the part that affects me the most. What I am vehemently asking you is not to allow that severance, not to allow the township to be seen as someone that just lets people do things willy-nilly, change footprints that are in your planning guides, change every single part of that. I'm begging you to, you know, consider the neighbors, to consider the parking, to consider that this particular development has a complete disregard for all of the neighbors. You know, like just the audacity of parking in front of the no parking sign, like while this process is going on. And then,
Carrie,
you know,
we have to cut you off there. Yeah, the parking will have to be dealt with, as Andrew said, with enforcement. That's something that'll have to be dealt with. So we will have to cut you off here over your time. So,
thank you.
We have a chore that we have to do here in a minute. So thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Thank you, planners. And I have loved it here. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So at this point in time, we need to do a motion to extend the council meeting past 11 o'clock. So moved by Councillor Fenning, seconded by Councillor Gerber. All in favor? That is carried. We are now all into overtime. So now we will have the conversation, comments and questions from council.
Or if somebody wants to make a motion. Oh, okay, never mind.
Councillor Fanning.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I will be happy to make the motion so that we can move this forward, and then I have a couple comments.
Councillor Gordick, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I hear the anger, I hear the frustration, and I hear the challenge that residents are feeling. The request was that we vote as if this was our neighborhood, as if we were living next door. To me, I intend to vote in favor of this. I moved the motion. The reason is because I am voting as if it were next door to me. I am voting as if that space next door to me could potentially hold a house that my children might be able to afford so that they can live in this community with me. I have young men in their 20s who are gainfully employed in good jobs. They can't afford a house in New Hamburg. They can't afford a house in Wilmot Township. I think about what kind of community we want to be, what kind of community I want to have. I want to have a community that cares about providing homes for people who can't afford the increase in property values. I want to see our next generation, those teenage daughters, when they reach their 20s and they want to move out, they're going to need a home that they can afford. Developments like this create those spaces. So I am voting in favor of this because I'm voting as if it was next door to me.
Thank you, Councillor Hman.
Thank you through the mayor. I want to be very clear that I absolutely listened with intent to the delegations. And with that said, I'm also voting in favor of this tonight because this is the community I want. And when we use the word farmers feed cities, it's because it's true. And it's because we can't have further urban sprawl. We must intensify our residential areas, and that means this. I'm also going to say a little story about my family. My family came to Canada from Italy, and they moved to Jacob Street in New Hamburg. And they together, actually 3 independent families with their children, all occupied the same home because they worked at a factory and they saved their money until they could afford their own home. And that ability for multi-generational families to be able to afford somewhere to live provided my family the opportunity, provided then me the opportunity that I have today. So I very much am in support of intensification in our settlement areas so that our farmers can continue to feed the cities, so that families can continue to thrive generation after generation. And as we know in Waterloo Region, we have a housing crisis. We are running out of places for people to live. We have seniors looking to downsize so that far larger families, as Councillor Fanning had mentioned, people who are looking to enter that phase of life to raise their own families. So I'm in absolute support of this application this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Hman. Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I will also be supporting this tonight. I do feel for the neighbors, for sure. But intensification has been passed down from regional government and Ontario government. And as Councillor Hman and Councillor Fanning had said, this is providing homes for people that really can't afford bigger homes and gives them opportunity. I think the developer has made some changes, moving the house forward, which is beneficial. And parking, I think, has been looked after. So I will be supporting this as well.
Thank you. So if there are no further comments or questions, you have the recommendation before you. It's rather lengthy, so I won't read it, but you have it before you. And it's already been moved and seconded, so all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And the next item is the names for the employment lands. Mr. Okrafka.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. There's a graphic I prepared that I'd ask if that could be put up. So several weeks ago, as you recall, you approved the employment lands subdivision, recommended approval to the region, and the region draft approved that last Wednesday, following the conclusion of the appeal period on the zoning bylaw. So there are 4 streets within the development. The report goes through the history of how we've named streets over the last 30 years, including a longstanding program where we named streets after a war dead. That concluded in 2012, I believe, when we renamed Square Street in New Dundee after Mr. Salisbury. And so these are the next streets that, the first street since then that we've had the honor to propose names to council for. In no particular order, Kay Hall was a New Hamburg resident. She was a member of the Canadian Women's Army Corps in World War II, and advocated strongly, I believe beginning in 1997, for the creation of a memorial at Camp Knollwood, just outside the Kitchener Auditorium when those barracks were being removed. I think the total was about 21,000 women served in the Canadian Women's Army Corps. Kay was one of them, along with Jean Sevier of Baden. They proposed and ultimately were successful in the sculpture that's pictured on this page. The title is Stepping Out, and it's to commemorate and honor all those who served in World War II. And Kay passed in 2017, and we think it's fitting to honor her role in World War II, but also in our local history and honoring the women of the Canadian Women's Army Corps by naming Kay Hall Place within stage 1 of the New Hamburglers development. Vernon Herb, obviously, it's not much that hasn't been said that can't be said. Started with one truck in 1959, grew Herb Transport into our largest employer with over 1,500 employees. Very generous benefactor to many local organizations, member of the Waterloo County Hall of Fame. And certainly Herb Transport's been a fixture across the highways across North America. In New Hamburg, starting with Hamilton Road is where most people think of it. And today in Baden, the employment lands certainly are a logical place, linking New Hamburg and Baden, but also along the highway to Vernon Herb Drive as one of the streets within the development. Earlier major employer, Hahn Brass, began in 1902 with Louis Hahn, who's honored with Lewis Street in New Hamburg. But the Hahn Brass family, if you will, extended pretty much to 1995. Hahn Brass obviously grew over the years. This picture is from 1939. I think it's a great picture. Historically, most people think of Hahn Brass, the old picture of, I think there's about 15 guys on the porch in the 1915 or something like this. I really like this picture. I'd like to thank Tracy and Sherry from the archives for providing me with these pictures. I like that it shows how many women were employed already in 1939. It shows the balance of that corporation and its importance. If you count the number of heads, and I tried, and I don't know that everybody's in there because the photo's cropped, but there's over 100 people in this picture. Today, if you ask me how many employees our largest employers today have, it's anything pretty much over 100 is in the rarefied group. Again, Herb Transport not included being so large, but our largest employers have this many employees. So for 1939, it was pretty impressive that Hahn Brass had grown to that extent. Interestingly, with our new employment lands, Hahn Brass was the new employer to be located on Victoria Street in, I think, 1956. They built the factory, opened it in 1957. On the newly annexed lands from the Township of Wilmot by New Hamburg. They were the big factory that was going in. They sat by the highway. That's what New Hamburg was known for. They transitioned to Stanley in the late 60s, who then closed mid-1990s. But certainly that almost 100-year history of what began in 1902 with Hans is worthy of celebration and honoring in our employment lands. Added factor, obviously, from approximately, I think, 62 to 83, thereabouts. New Hamburg's junior hockey team was the Hans, represented New Hamburg well, became what New Hamburg was known for, certainly as a kid growing up in Listowel. The big game was always the Cyclones when the New Hamburg Hans were coming to town when I was a kid. So certainly it is a name that deserves honoring and remembering in this community. And I think the employment lands is a fitting place for that. And then the 4th Street, linking New Hamburg to the WRC, probably the greatest hockey player ever to come out of New Hamburg. We know he was born in Kitchener, but he was raised in New Hamburg. He married Grace Hammer. His resume is included in the report. I was amazed when I started reading all the things that Howie Meeker did. From World War II vet who was injured, came back, Rookie of the Year in 1946-47, served as an MP, coach, general manager of the Leafs, won the Stanley Cup. But I think the interesting fact that I wasn't aware of is that I knew that Wayne Gretzky, when he was a rookie in the NHL, didn't win the Rookie of the Year because he had been a rookie in the WHA. I didn't know that Gordie Howe didn't win Rookie of the Year when Gordie Howe was a rookie, and that's because Howie Meeker won it that year. And I think that's pretty impressive to say that, you know, the local guy beat Gordie Howe for Rookie of the Year. So I won't go into much more detail. I think you all know that I could probably talk for hours about all these names and how important they are to this community. And I'm certainly happy to be able to recommend them to you for endorsement tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Okrafka. And one thing I'll let you know is that Councillor Carl Kiefer from Cambridge, every chance he gets, he talks about coming to New Hamburg and playing against the Hans. So they're known around. Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I'm very happy with all the names that are mentioned here. Obviously, Howie Meeker, huge pedigree with him. Me being a Leaf fan makes it even more appealing. But Vernon Urbway, I've known him for many, many years. Just such a community-minded man, always gentle and personable. And I think if he, like, as far as business-wise, he would have probably been better off to locate a depot in Toronto versus Baden. But I think he felt so compassionate about the area and New Hamburg and Baden that built here and kept it here, which kept certainly a lot of people employed here locally. Kay Hall, I mean, that makes every resident of Wilmot proud, Canada proud for that matter too. And I guess the one question I have for you, Mr. Okrafka, is most of the other, like the other three are people, whereas this is a business. Could you perhaps elaborate a little more on the reasoning there?
Sure, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Recognizing that initially we were thinking of Louis Hahn as the name of the street. In speaking with Marie Voisin, who's working on a book that I'm looking forward to reading on the history of street names, and knowing that she had a lot of the research in discussing that with her, and the general sense and feeling that Lewis Street in New Hamburg was named after Louis Hahn, that the Hahn family does not have a street. There's Hahn Place in Kitchener, so we can't use just straight Hahn. Under the 911 rules for naming streets, you have to find something that's significantly different. So in discussing with regional staff, they agreed that Hahn Brass Way would be an appropriate difference that would meet the 911 guidelines. And certainly, I think the thing with Hahn Brass is it was generational, right? Louis started it. His son George took over the business. And then ultimately Louis Jr., Louis W. Hahn II, I'm not sure what he went by, but he sort of in the late 60s was the last Hahn to lead the family business until it was sold to the Stanley Group from the States, who then rebranded it as Stanley Hardware. So certainly the Hahn name, the brass, the employment, their long history, almost 95 years in terms of that family business and what it became, certainly is worthy of having a family name, similar to what we have on other streets where we use a family name and not somebody specific. But for the specific accomplishments of Vernon and Howie and Kay, I think from a staff perspective, it's worthy of honoring them specifically. And for the Hans as a family who represented the community and provided employment for so many generations, I think it's a a reasonable and rational decision to name it after the Hman Brass family.
Thank you. And, you know, I have a Vernon Herb story. As a police officer, I was sent to a crash at 4 o'clock or 3:30 in the morning on 7 and 8 highway between Phillipsburg and, or not Phillipsburg, but Petersburg and Foundry Street. And I was the first officer on the scene, and the second vehicle to pull up was Vernon, because one of his trucks was involved in the accident. It was a fatal accident. And Vernon came and he went to his young driver and got him out of the truck and took him and sat him in the back of his car and talked to him until he was able to calm down. And that's what it was. It was 3:30 in the morning and Vernon showed up for one of his people. So that's the kind of person he was. Councillor Hman.
Sorry, I have to stand. It's been too many hours sitting down. Thank you, through the mayor. I do want to ask that I first this motion, as a lot of deep and meaningful aspects to this for me, and obviously being the Hman Brass, tying into my last statement just about the meaningfulness of what this means to my family and generationally for my family. So I asked to move this.
Very good, thank you. And we just need a seconder. Councillor Gerber. So all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the next item is correspondence. And the recommendation that correspondence items numbers 12.1 and 12.2 be received for information. Mover is Councillor Fenning, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. The next item is the bylaws and the recommendation that bylaw numbers 2021-15, 2021-16, 2021-17, and 2021-19 be introduced, ready first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. Moved by Councillor Gordick, second by Councillor Hman. All in favor? That is carried. Are there any notice of motions? Seeing none. Announcements. What's that? Oh. Okay, so 15.1 is my update, which you have received. So, Councillor Gordick.
There's not really a lot of people watching, but we'll still go ahead with it. So here we go. Last week, we heard the horrific news of the shootings in Atlanta, where 8 people were killed, including 6 Asian women. Anti-Asian racism is a growing concern, not just in the US, but also in Canada, where anti-Asian hate crimes are on the rise. Last year, there were 891 reported incidents, which is 700% higher than the year before. There are people with Asian heritage living in our community, including members of my own family. I know that incidents in the news and closer to home are giving them and me reasons to be concerned. I've heard from a local resident the heartbreaking story of her son coming home from JK in tears after one of his friends said they couldn't play together anymore because their skin color didn't match. Where do young kids learn this kind of behavior? They learn it from us. Yesterday was the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, when we are urged to take action and speak up. We need to speak up when we see acts of racism, such as the group of white supremacists who came to Baden last summer and tried to intimidate people. We need to speak up and say, you and your hate cannot walk in here. We need to use our words to tell the world what we refuse to tolerate, because our silence shows what we are willing to accept. And then next, this is the beginning for, a lot of people know that Nigel and I run the Wilmot Terry Fox Fund, so this is the start of some of our fundraisers this year. So our first one is this coming week, starting tomorrow. Caker Maker on Peel Street is joining us as a fundraiser this year. So they're selling cupcakes for Terry. And here's what they had to say. Cancer is something that's very close to both Mr. Caker Maker and Mrs. Caker Maker. We understand the impact cancer can cause, not just to the person suffering from it, but to all their loved ones and even close friends. We've teamed up with the Wilmot Terry Fox Fund and we'll be making some special Terry Fox cupcakes starting Tuesday, March the 23rd, until Saturday, March the 27th. All proceeds will be going to the Wilmot Terry Fox Fund. On April 12th, 1980, Terry began his Marathon of Hope. On April 12th this year, Twice the Deal Pizza in New Hamburg will be donating proceeds from the sale of any size Canadian pizza in support of the greatest ever Canadian. All these delicious treats will be give everyone a good incentive to get in shape before Run Day in September. Thanks for all that you do for the Wilmot Terry Fox Run. And finally, last one, I'd like to mention the Greenwood Rod and Gun Club is hosting their annual fish fry takeout Friday, April the 2nd from 4 p.m. It's $15 for 2 pieces of fish with chips and coleslaw. And that's it for me tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. There are a lot of international days in recognition of a lot of different things. And sometimes I wonder, you know, if every day is designated for 5 different things, do we need to talk about them all? Well, the reality is that we do. That's why we have these days. Today, I want to talk about yesterday. Yesterday was a day designated to bring awareness to 2 very important things: Down syndrome and ending racism. Down syndrome is a result of the triplication of the 21st chromosome, hence the choice of the 21st day of the 3rd month, so we can all remember what it is and why. It's designated as a day to bring awareness about it. Globally, there are hundreds of thousands of people born with this genetic anomaly. In Canada, approximately 1 in 750 children are born with it. That's according to the Down Syndrome Canada website. People with Down syndrome contribute to our world in many ways, and perhaps most profoundly by being some of the most warm-hearted people on earth. Their capacity for forthrightness, unconditional love, and genuine joy can teach most of us how to be better human beings. Those lessons just might help us with the other issue that March 21st has been designated for: elimination of racial discrimination. According to the UN website, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination is observed annually on the day the police in Sharpeville, South Africa, opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful demonstration against apartheid pass laws in 1960. When we think of racism, we often think of that kind of extreme and overt type of event, such as we've also recently seen and Councillor Gordyke mentioned. But racism is present in far more subtle ways that permeate the very fabric of our society. We must learn to look deeper, see further, and open our hearts more truly to end racism. We must learn not to tolerate differences, but to celebrate them, embrace them, drop our defensiveness, and listen with our hearts. Today is World Water Day. This year's theme, Valuing Water, asks, what does water mean to me? The UN Secretary General says to him, water means protection. I would encourage everyone to read his message. Water means many things to me. When I think about water, I think about the incredible privilege I have in having access to the purest water right in my home. I can meet all my needs for water with that abundant supply. It is a right most of us take for granted. It shames me to acknowledge that there are communities in our country whose water has been polluted for decades. Governments have been promising action on this for a long time. Today is a day to demand better. All levels of government must be called on to put aside jurisdictional differences and make it happen. Now, I'm calling on MP Tim Lewis and MPP Mike Harris as our local representatives to act in their capacities as elected provincial and federal representatives and demand that their colleagues work with them to take action, decisive action, to end all boil water advisories and ensure clean drinking water for every person of all nations within this country. No more delays. Now, today. And just so everybody knows, I did email those comments to MP Lewis and MPP Harris, so they're not being blindsided.
Thank you, Councillor Fenning. Councillor Hman.
Thanks, through the mayor. Just put the hand there quick. So I guess there's a fish fry competition happening in Wilmot, because I was going to announce that the Wilmot Rod and Gun also has a fish fry happening on Good Friday. So I guess we're just getting fish all over Wilmot on Good Friday. So you can check out their Facebook for more details on that. And also wanted to mention that the castle is pre-booking tours starting April 3rd, and you do need to get your Eventbrite ticket for that, so you can start going back and visiting the castle and seeing the amazing flooring. And I'm super excited to take the kids back for another tour. So I'll share that on my social media, and I know that the township will be sharing that as well. Just going. So March 31st is the International Trans Day of Visibility. And this event celebrates the resilience and success of transgender and gender nonconforming people and raises awareness of transgender rights. Here are 2 items that members of Wilmot's trans community is asking for your reflection upon. 1, don't confuse gender identity and sexual orientation. Challenge yourself to use inclusive tones. For example, identify your pronouns on social media and introduce yourself with pronouns, and don't assume and ask other people what theirs are. And remember, the best way to be an ally is to listen. One thing that was recommended as well is that everybody watch Disclosure on Netflix. It explains the important history of the trans community. So if you prefer learning that way, that's a great opportunity to watch that documentary. Additionally, I just wanted to mention the horrific mass shooting of 6 Asian women in Atlanta. And it's not an isolated event, but rather an example of the uprising of anti-Asian racism. And also members of Wilmot's Asian community are feeling it as well. It's a privilege to learn about racism instead of experiencing it. So please visit Waterloo Region Police website for reporting hate crimes and for victim support and resources if anyone comes to you with the need for support. And lastly, I just wanted to ask Mayor Armstrong what just something is that you have learned during your last reflection time with your personal anti-racism work.
Well, what I've learned, I mean, as I've always said along, we have a long way to go because the things that are happening are still happening, and it's horrendous. And I find it so deplorable that we have to keep seeing this occurring time and time again. I just wish I had a magic wand to make that change, because it's just, people don't deserve that kind of treatment. They just don't. I mean, we're all human beings. We all bleed the same. We're all have the opportunity, should have the opportunity to be able to live a healthy and safe life. And those are the things that I keep learning and keep seeing, is that there's a lot of work to be done. And hopefully we can get to the point where, as you say, we don't see color, we just see another human being. And that's what we need to get to.
Oh, I have to interject, because with some of the anti-racism work that actually I have it beside me. It's a really great book. So it's called So Do You Want to Talk About Race? It's a really, really great book. And one of the things that is important is for us to see color. And because people identify themselves as that. So while people with white privilege, as you and I, might say that, it's actually really important to make sure that we do see color and we acknowledge it. Although I know what you're saying is that we want society to progress to the point that love is love no matter what, but it is important that we do see color with that. But thank you for sharing the steps forward that you're taking. And it just, it's nice to see the progression in the work. So thank you for sharing.
Okay. See no further comments or announcements? So we do have business arising from the closed session, and the recommendation that the confidential report DS 2021-008 be received for information, that council accept the generous donation of lands from the Cache Development New Hamburg Inc. and Cache Development New Hamburg West Inc., with the cost of surveying, preparing, and registering being borne by the proponents, and that if requested, the township provide a tax receipt in the amount determined by an independent certified appraisal of the value of the lands donated by Cache Developments. The cost of the independent certified appraisal and any review by the township solicitor would be borne by the township. So that is moved by Councillor Gerber and Councillor Gordick. All in favor? That's everybody. Thank you. Next item is the confirmatory bylaw. Recommendation that bylaw number 2021-18 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held on March 22nd, 2021 be introduced and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. It's a good thing I read it as it should be, as opposed to as I see it. Moved by Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Gordick. All in favor? That is carried. And now that we
Mayor
do
Armstrong, excuse me, sorry. Can I just request that, just for confirmation again, that the clerk records that I did not participate. I abstained from voting in the matter from closed, as I have a pecuniary interest.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Yes, that was recorded. That'll be recorded in the minutes. So, yes.
Okay. So we need a mover and seconder to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Gordick, second by Councillor Hman. All in favor? That is carried. And we say good night, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good evening.
Good night, everybody.